Alrighty.
There it goes.
We are about to be
Alright.
streaming, guys.
I'm
Indeed.
gonna mute up.
Okay.
Adios, stay sexy, and don't get murdered.
Not up and shut up.
Alrighty. You just tell me when, Ian. I should be ready, though. You're all
I
good.
am live. I'm gonna...
Well, howdy, gamers. Alrighty. Well, howdy, hey there, gamers.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, jeepers. I also need to check something.
Yeah, huh?
I want to see if my camera even works right now. I may not be using it, but hi.
I don't have, like, a...
There's the
I
boy.
don't have you set up on camera.
No, I know you don't. But
Let him be.
Do
I
you-
know. I'm saying when we take a break at some point, we may end up, if you want, at some point.
I mean, like, I can set that up right now real quick if you want.
Nah,
Okay.
it's not a huge deal.
Okay, whatever.
I guess everybody's fly on the wall. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Alrighty, gamers. So,
Smells.
I have to reinform everybody because a certain VOD got lost.
Oh, no.
I think I just, like, forgot to download it when we finished up that night. So, like, oops, sorry, this is episode 19, so we're skipping from... We're skipping the last episode, essentially.
To inform everyone who hasn't been here in a while, none of us have, but
Yeah,
to
exactly.
anyone who missed that last episode, a few key events happened. Fitz drifted a boat. We did that. Everybody remembers that beautiful moment.
Yeah, that one's still up. That one's still up.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. God, I love
After
drifting
the
that
fact,
boat.
though, after the fact, our heroes went on to find a massive temple in the Feywild. Essentially the key to their escape. The key to perhaps Fitz's survival. And in their efforts, they very quickly found exactly what they needed through a few informants that they found throughout the wilds. Cornwall briefly disappeared from them. He was in for a moment. Supposedly having escaped once more. And as they found their way through to this temple, Fitz, in his undead state, made a bit of an error going into the temple alone, and essentially using the key, as we will call it, to the outside world. Immediately, it began to we'll say fall apart, and as our other heroes found him, it blasted apart in a great expanse of energy and essentially teleporting them all across Argoria. As you will see on our world map, we have our dearly beloved rune alone on a hostile Leviathan here off in the distance. Rivali, Abigail's body, and Velody found themselves off in the vast dunes, far away from anybody. Strangely enough, our other undead, Arthur, found themselves basically where they started, off in Nexera, standing alongside Cornwall and Thatch. And hilariously enough, our pets and our companions, Rick the Painstone, the wolf Diana, and Fitz's bird Elric, found themselves off and alone in the mountains, sort of stranded. But
Oh, no.
our two people that we will be working with tonight are our dear Athriel and Fitzgerald. I need to ask you a question.
Okay.
As we find you both stranded in the deep lost wood of Hashendell, the one place that everybody says to never go, lest you lose your life and perhaps even your soul.
Mhm.
It's been about 5 months that you've been stuck out here. You and Athriel slowly kind of struggling to find a way out, and mostly not finding much of anything. I wanted to ask, did Fitz ever explore these areas at all as a child?
I don't think he would have explored them, like, too much. Like, maybe, like, every... Like, very nary, like, every once in a blue moon. You know, like, so he wouldn't really have a photogenic memory of where everything is, or like what.
There-
Yeah. Oh.
There's not really a way to have that anyway, so that's
Oh
fine.
yeah. Oh, I'm not. Yeah. But I mean, it's like, so even if like I walk past the same rock, 30 years, 25 year, whatever, I don't remember that rock specifically.
Exactly, yeah.
You
And
know,
that makes some sense.
It's just another rock, dude. I hope that does make sense.
I'm actually going to get out my D100 and a D10. I'm going to be rolling a few luck checks for you guys tonight.
Lovely.
That's a D12. Where the fuck is my D10?
Oh no.
Where are you, D10?
Also, I'm going to attempt to use physical dice tonight. I may do like some like mixed on digital dice and physical, but I will be attempting to roll physical tonight.
I'm also going to be opening my Leviathan themed dice, which are a aquatic aquamarine set that I got recently.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
I'll be using those with my distressed ivory dice that I got from an antique shop.
Hell yeah.
So those will be our fate holders tonight.
Yeah. Where the hell did I just? What are these dice called? These are the Blood Nebula dice that Damien had given me.
I've got my
These
D10 and my
are,
D20. Oh, yeah, my
They're
D10.
really nice. They're red and stuff. I love these.
Alrighty. Holy crap.
Alrighty, campers.
Well, the D100 rolled you guys a 104.
Oh no.
Or the percentile in this case, because, yeah, our D100 gave us 100, our D10 gave us a 4, so...
Lovely. Damien.
What's that gonna be? What's up?
Chat is wondering if you're using the box of Doom tonight at any point.
Yes, I am. Which, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we may want to set up camera at some point, so I can do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I can try to do that now if you want. While we're still doing some expository.
Yeah, I can throw on camera. I really don't mind. Let me check behind me real quick and make sure that I am good. One second.
It's funny. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you didn't end up.
For the most part, so I want to make sure that that's all good. I think we're set.
I'm surprised you didn't end up getting that
Good.
that clip-on green screen for your chair, wherever the hell.
What?
Five Below had that clip-on to your chair green screen that you just pulled up, right?
I don't have that.
But
Five Below did, yeah. No, you're right. I'm sorry,
yeah.
but I don't.
Okay. I was gonna say you could have gotten one of that, but I
No, I couldn't have. I don't have money.
I'm sorry. Well, maybe you should have had.
Ian's
No.
over here being rich and just like, look,
Dude, no. I have to spend damn near $900 a month on rent. Fuck that noise. Money? Never heard of her.
Fair enough. All right, let's see how I'm
She's a
fun tonight.
she's a runaway bitch.
All right.
All right, let me attempt the thing here. We're gonna get some shenanigans here, so bear with me.
I'm going to move my inspirational sticky notes anyway.
Oh damn. But the inspiration.
You guys can't see them anyway. Who cares?
Ah.
I look like a DM, a total mess. And by the way, once you get that set up, I can show our beloved chat my box of Doom.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess video cap. No, I don't need. Oh wait, no, it's not gonna be video.
Yeah, what do you
cap.
think, Austin?
Das is pretty cool.
Hayden
Yeah, I
made
like
it.
that. I like that a lot.
Go
Oh,
window cap.
good job,
Go
Hayden.
window capture. 'Cause
Yeah, handmade.
fuck it.
Beautiful. Oh, also, Hayden, you can tell Megan that we are doing this if she wants to join in.
Okay, I need to crop this out so that I can. Where's my crap?
Is there not like a... I know that, doesn't Discord have a few, like, filters that you can use?
Oh, you know what? Yes, there is, but I'm already in
Hey,
Change
jail.
video
If I-
background.
If I remember correctly, they aren't very good.
I can see at least. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, you're right. Why didn't you warn me? This is so bad. It looks like... I look like my hair is so much shorter than I have ever seen in my life.
I can't even see the background on there.
It's not applied yet. Here, let me show you.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
really bad.
Oh, that is atrocious.
It's because it's like the distance. If I get really close, it's fine for.
Yeah.
Oh, your
No.
like hand like phases out of existence.
Hello.
Yeah, that is.
It's so bad.
It's bad.
Maybe the worst. I could do. Wait, I could do custom. I don't want to. I don't care. Give me none. I'm good. Really, my question is if I can get this a little bit less washed out. That'd be good.
Ooh, I don't. Alright, perfect. There's that.
Wow.
Wow.
Because I'm trying to see how utterly washed out it's going to look whenever I swap over.
Slowly cropping to the left.
Because this is bad. Yeah, that's bad, bad, bad. Let me adjust my camera real quick. I'm so sorry, guys. For everybody watching, this is truly something I should have done earlier.
If only we had thought I'd do this soon. Nah. It's fine.
Only.
Alright, there. You should be good to go.
I'm
There.
really washed out, though. Let me fix this for you.
I need to... Okay, we're gonna adjust...
Oh.
Where's my text? There, so that's gonna scoot up, give you room to be right there.
Let me adjust my camera settings. I'm just going to turn down the brightness.
I do have a question.
What's up?
Damien? So I do have the keen mind feed, and that lets me always
Okay,
know
that
which
should
way
be
is north and like accurately recall anything I've seen or heard in the past month. Would that make it so that we at least aren't getting like we aren't at least like going around in circles?
You're not really... It's not a matter of you going around in circles. It's more that the area around you seems to be moving around you.
Oh, okay.
So you'll...
So-
like, you're not technically walking in circles, but it's a problem of the terrain gets you to a point where it's like, we can't go this way. And when you start moving a different direction, you find yourself where you started.
Is it any use for Athriel to have been trying to make some kind of map?
Not in this case, no. Also, I'm just trying to figure something out. 1 second.
It's the Lost Woods all over again.
Oh my gosh. There we go.
Alright, so it's like I do know which way is north, but north seems to be changing.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Ian,
Yeah.
you don't need to mess with my settings. My camera will come back in just a second.
Okay, I didn't know that you're...
I didn't know either. I didn't know it was gonna have to be this way. Ian, no one told me life was gonna be this way, okay? Cameras, God damn it, I just need to fix my camera.
I just haven't played Mario RPG. I know the remake's about to come out for it. So, good for them, I suppose.
And again, sorry to everyone that this is taking for fucking ever. This was not the intent.
You know, first D&D stream in like 5 months.
Honestly, this is what I expected.
Yeah,
Something like this, but not quite this bad.
par for the course. Also, let me know if volume's good, if music is too low, it needs to be turned up a little bit, yada yada. And I'll try. Yeah, that pineapple monster's really good.
Told you.
I had that that pineapple gamer subs today as well.
Ooh.
and that was pretty good. Also, hey, Gamer Subs, if you wanna throw a sponsorship my way, I'd be more than happy to. Yeah. Because the blue flavor is god tier.
I don't really like blue flavored stuff.
The blue is
Blue flavored stuff.
yeah, the blue Gamer Subs is literally just like blue Gatorade, but it's like better.
Fair enough.
See, look, I'm good at sucking up. Give me a sponsorship.
Give him a sponsorship, baby. Give Ian that sponsored bean, baby.
Exactly. Let me make my own.
Okay, that was weird.
Let me make my own drink. Let me give people the bean water.
You alright, Austin?
Yeah, I did. The fucking Discord did a fucking oopsie or something. But I'm here.
As
Do I
Discord
sound
tends to do. Yeah, you're good.
All right.
Ian, you could name your flavor Dirty Bean Water.
Good.
Dirty
Good.
bean. Bean soup.
Bean soup.
I truly don't know what is happening. This is very much frustrating.
Bean soup.
You ever just be mad?
Yes, all the time. Every day when I wake
it
up.
happens a lot.
Every day I wake up, and everything gets me down.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Did you hear that Rick Astley
Oh, the other-
basically put out
the
like
other day,
a sequel to that song?
The other day at work, I heard a cover of that song over the radio, and it like fucked with me. I was like, "What the fuck?" I was just like, "Is this?"
This isn't the song. This isn't the song that I know and love that I've known
Yeah, this
for
isn't the
13
song.
years.
They really love to just like play covers of like old songs.
Yeah,
Make it seem like they're putting on new music.
yeah, but it's not. It's the same song, but like a new spin on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I'm good and I'm feeling alright, like that. I hate that.
Oh, god damn it. No, that's the fucking worst. That's the worst atrocity ever.
Alright, this is gonna be as fine as it's gonna get. I can't seem to get this fucking brightness problem fixed, which is awesome.
David Guetta just fucking ruined that song.
Well, I am slightly annoyed. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna pop my whole thing back on.
Well, Damien, not on stream. What the fuck?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Damien.
Hi.
If you want to kill Ian,
You want to kill me? Donate to my death fund.
if you want to kill Ian, donate to our new Patreon, killian.com.
I'll,
At Kill Ian, you can sign on for $5, and if for only $5 monthly, I will add a small amount of cyanide to his water every day. One day it will peak, and he will know.
yeah,
But the big thing that I was even getting at now, should be good now. Sorry about that, everybody.
I'll start putting up the money for the death fund on my throne. Also, I do have things on my throne, so on the off chance that...
That's good.
Yeah.
Stuff on your throne, my boy.
Yeah, exactly. Want to kill the bean? Donate to the Bean's Euthanasia Fund.
Euthanasia Fund.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Youth in Asia Fund, which is a fully different one.
Yeah, that's a completely...
That's a charity, actually.
Is it really?
No, I'm saying... Fucking no, obviously.
I'm
if there
sorry.
was one called the Youth in Asia Fund, that'd be a weird charity.
Yeah.
Because those youth could be in Japan, which is a decently fine place. It's like the Youth in America Fund. If you live in America, if you or a loved one is American, you may be entitled to fucking nothing.
Truly.
So I will say that despite like not being able to make a useful map, Athriel has been trying to make a map.
Athriel has made... Go ahead and roll... I mean, no, wait, you already rolled your survival for the first bit of the week. Or the month.
For the bit of the week.
So, Athriel, you've been trying, but you've made sort of a circle.
All these
It's
squares
sort of
make a
like this-
circle.
This weird circle, because like you'll make a good square map, and then you'll make another good square
Right.
map. But if you like put them together to make like a full map, it just makes a weird circle that leads you to the same spot.
Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. Wait, no, Bukarma, why? Why the hell? Why, what? Nightbot, god damn it. You're already a failure. No,
Who,
why
what?
the fuck? I started setting up Nightbot, but like, Bukarma like, oh yeah, D&D, in all caps, and apparently Nightbot was like, hey, that's not cool. So allow me to try to rectify that. I'm sorry.
What a
It's not that I...
what a
Oh my god.
I'm gonna set the number real quick.
Nightbot, you goddamn absolute failure. I'm gonna murder you. Can I...
And now I'm gonna roll these one more time.
And Bukarma doesn't even
what
show up
is-
in my thing. What the fuck?
Okay. So that is.
No, where the fuck? You break
Not
your
bad.
concentration. No, you didn't, but hold the fuck. Nightbot, goddamn you.
I was nice enough to re-roll that whole luck thing because I wanted to make sure these D20, this D100 was rolling right. It is now. I don't know what was wrong with it. It was rolling only hundreds, which you don't want.
Oh boy.
Okay, I
but-
hate.
Y'all rolled a 70 on luck. The DC that I had set in my head was 65, so you're good.
Huh.
At the very least, as you guys find yourself, we're gonna, jump in at the 3rd month, so I can get a little bit talking with you both. For the time being, the weather's been fine. It's mostly just dark out here.
Lovely. Okay, excess caps,
it's-
disable that. I'm sorry.
It's actually incredibly dark. Also, Ian, I figured my shit out. What is happening?
Okay, I tried setting up, because, like, Moobot was being really fucking weird, and so I decided to set up a new bot for Twitch, and it is failing, because I haven't had the time to go in and altercate this.
Alter. Okay.
Well, alter, whatever.
Alternate?
Yeah, alternate, like, commands and whatnot. Choose things to my liking, because, life sucks.
Like an alternator.
Yeah, sure, whatever, if you want to go that route.
Okay.
Okay, can I untime out the man? That'd be nice.
Those who came for D&D, I really am sorry.
No, you can go on ahead, dude. I'm gonna suffer
I'm
in
waiting
silence
for
here.
you.
Okay, there, I untimed him out. There, okay, go.
Okay, sorry. As we jump to you both, though, it's been a few months. From your perspective, the world went dark for a moment, and then you felt stones pummel upward from the earth, and you awoke, standing in the middle of an old, dilapidated church. The walls sort of half decayed around you, and in the center, what looks like a fire pit now, as you guys have, been putting fires into it, was when you first arrived, you destroyed remnants of a portcullis of the Feywild. And in fact, as we jump to that moment, or at least months after that moment, we find you both resting at the side of one of those very fires. Night is a constant here. And if you look up, the few snippets of the sky you can see above, they don't look sunny. It looks like a constant overcast. If it has rained, none of it's reached you guys if the trees seem healthy. Occasionally, you've had to essentially find fungus and whatnot to try and get water or some sort of nutrient. Any rations that you have, by the way, if you have any in y'all's packs, those are gone. Those are gone.
Oh,
I don't think
I would
ever-
have given all of mine to Fitz, because I don't really need to eat.
That's
I have
fair.
like 9, so...
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think I
those
had. Also,
are-
my hit points are at low. I've never updated those. I'm gonna put those back at full. That's cool.
You can put y'all's hit points can go back to full.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, because I think that's just been like that for a minute.
Fitz with a 9 on survival, you have a single ration left with the help of Athriel. You are also dehydrated, so you're basically at a level of exhaustion.
Great.
Which basically is disadvantage.
Oh, cool. So I'm
I
gonna
also
leave
don't
that
need
there.
to drink.
No, you're good, Athriel. Your big thing instead is your survival was more for things like figuring out your maps and whatnot. For you, Athriel, it's been weirdly rough for someone who doesn't need to eat or drink or really, I mean, sleep is really all you need. You don't even really need that as much. It's more just your one reprieve from everything. You have noticed, however, like around here, your body around you does seem to not quite decay, but it does look sort of like more withered whenever you're here. Like this place doesn't, it sort of defies the enchantment that keeps you alive. Not to a huge degree, but enough that like your fingertips are a little withered.
This place is cursed.
And yeah, as we jump into the third month in, yeah, that is the first thing that you say.
Truly.
You know of no way out of this place, Fitz?
I don't. I never came out here. I hardly left home. The one time I did.
Seem to be running low on water. You can have the rest of my water skin.
I appreciate it. And I'll just take it and just kind of hold it to my side.
Yeah, absolutely. That has been the one thing. Occasionally, it only happened twice, but occasionally you guys have found these little, like, almost like a spring, but just incredibly small. Somewhat nearby. It's only been enough for you to get a few gulps of water, not enough to fill a water skin by any means.
Right.
But it was enough to keep you alive before you both even had to start getting into your water rations. It's been probably the one saving grace out here. I will add, you, Fitz, can you go ahead and roll me an insight check with disadvantage?
You know what, insight? What would that be on like a regular?
If you, I would say keep your character sheet open for this. But,
yeah.
So
and I just need to scroll on over here.
So yeah, for insight, it's going to be you have a +4 to insight.
+4 to insight. Okay. But like die roll like specific one or?
It's a D20.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just making sure if there was some other weird roll for it.
No, you're good. Yeah, it appears that you have a +4.
Real quick. I don't
Yeah,
think we have control of our. I don't think we have control of our tokens.
Insight.
For the moment, that's fine. But yeah, an insight roll.
All right, so that is a 4. So +4, that's 8.
Okay,
With an 8 on insight, Fitz, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. You're not. Things have been weird out here, so everything's a little bit out of the ordinary to some degree. But for you, it's just the same as anything else, really. Like, okay, this might as well happen. The sky's been especially dark, but that doesn't really seem anything to you. You do notice, though, with an 8, your emerald eye sort of like has been flicking around sort of on its own. Not by much, but like every so often it'll jitter. The pupil will like look in every direction. Athriel.
Yes.
You can roll an Arcana on Fitz. I'll give you advantage on this one.
All right.
You are noticing him like looking everywhere. Sort of that crazy gaze.
Like see like in the eye, like it's just going everywhere. I just kind of put my hand over and just like God.
It's like shut the fuck up. With a 27, his eye, like the sort of fake eye in his head, it's sort of moving around on its own accord for a moment. Or at least it looks to be.
It's your eye. It's worrying me.
Yeah, you'd think after a couple months of having this, I would have had this thing nailed down, but it's random artifacts, You gotta be careful of what you stab into your head.
Yes, I should think so. There's much of magic we have yet to understand. I think my own existence is evident of that.
Athriel,
Yes.
as you two are talking, I need you to roll me another survival check. There's a few checks we're going to be rolling pretty early on here, but that's one I think you're going to want to make real quick.
Survival. I would like to add my knowledge from past life to this. Let me just roll it. Yeah, I'll roll. Add a d6 to that.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh, 17.
Athriel, I'll actually say you've been in woods like this before. Old Valyria had its own sort of lost wood. There were it was like the crystal woodlands, essentially so old that the trees had actually had like emeralds grow up around them. It was sort of a deep magical place that you were sort of sent into as almost a crusade. Sort of find any magic there and get rid of it. But it tried to protect itself, much like this place.
Ah, okay. You know, Fitz, this place reminds me of the Crystal Woods back in Valyria.
How so?
That place, comparatively wicked and evil, I feel. It twisted and turned our path through it to try and protect itself. What sort of strange magics were at work there, I yet don't even know. I think I remember that gems grew freely in the trees, but we didn't take any of them, for we knew that they were cursed. Have you ever been to Valyria, Fitz?
I've been close a few times, but I've never fully visited.
The marvelous place. What's the name of the actual city?
The Glass City. City of Glass.
Ah, the Glass City is a wonder to behold. Towering spirals of towering crystalline structures, home of the elven royalty.
And yeah, it's when you describe it, the way that Valyria looks is Fitz actually, for your part in the Sunless Lands, you saw what down there they do call the Crystal City, which is what it used to be. It was this beautiful glimmering thing on the horizon with its own little like arcane torchlight to keep it lit even from afar.
Right. I was gonna say I would have seen it in the distance, but I never would have gone to it myself.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You've had it described to you a lot, but this is different. The one up top is far more larger and much more beautiful to that degree.
I've had sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've had friends that we and I had gotten close to it. I often wonder if they'd made it there. And I think just pondering on that, just kind of take a swig of the water.
So you are from...
The water tastes thick on your tongue, by the way. It's strange.
Yeah.
So you are from around this land, though?
Yeah, I stay not too far from here, but I don't exactly know where here is. But it should be in the general area.
From your understanding, actually, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Athriel.
No, it's okay.
I was just going to say, from your understanding, Fitz, even out here in the Lost Wood, there should have been small, civilizations, small towns that you should have hit by now. The fact that you guys have been coming back to this same little destroyed church is a bit strange.
Right. I think after months of searching, we would have hit something or seen somebody. Keep coming back to here.
I suppose there's certainly some sort of foul magic afoot.
And
yeah, when he says that, it's always been foul magic from your understanding. The way that your dad told you about this place, Fitz, never go there. The way you were told was, if you go there, you will die and I won't be able to find you. Actually, the way that it was described more so, can you roll me a history check with disadvantage?
Right. History, that is a 3. So I want disadvantage to minus it, or?
Disadvantage means that you roll 2 d20s and the lower rolls what you take.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Then let me get
Or you can roll one twice and just take the lower roll here.
Oh yeah, I suppose I can just do that. I do have another set of die here. Let's go with the... Nope, okay, here, we're gonna do this. That is a 5.
Mm.
Well, that's a 5 on the roll, and then 14 on the other. So
okay, so
on,
5 plus what?
On history, it's a 3, so
It's another 8.
It's another 8. God damn it!
You remember a weird statement that your grandma said that you didn't really apply anything to. It was just like a weird passing moment. But the exact words were, when your dad said that, or more likely, you'll find us if you die out there.
All right.
It was more if you die out there, you'll find them, which was a very strange thing to hear.
I'm sorry, just remembering something my folks said to me about this place.
So, speaking of that, I do have a question, if you don't mind my prying.
Sure.
You are Arvata Martha, half elven?
Yes.
Which of your parents are which, if it's not too much to ask?
That's a fair question. I think Fitz, your mom in this is the one who was elven.
That's what I was gonna say, yeah. I think it was my mom that was more elven. And my dad
Your mom was a full
yeah.
elf. Your dad was like either fully human or at best like a quarter elf. Like something where it's like he is basically full-blood human.
Yeah. I suppose I take mostly after my mother.
Yes, I mean, I suppose it's always in the ears, that's how it is.
In the ears. Oh yes, you'll have your mother's ears and nothing else.
What do you know of my mother's ears, you bitch?
How do you know her ears? Get off of me.
Stranger danger.
Stop. I'm not crazy. He talked about her ears. Get me out of this jacket.
So your mother, your Mathela, was Alvata.
Yes.
Did you ever meet her?
Fitz, I'll actually ask Ian. This is up to your discretion here if you want to, depending on how you want your history for Fitz to have been.
I think I never saw too much of her, but I saw very little. You know, she was always either away or, you know, doing something else with the hospice. So I never had, we never had too much time to really, for me being her own son, not even having the time for me is kind of asinine, but it is what it is, I suppose.
Yes. You have my sympathy, that's for sure. It is cruel for a mother to have nothing to do with her child, or hardly anything to do with her child.
Could you imagine if his mom was like Rivali's mom? It's like Imogen shows up and she's like, "Oh my god!
Oh no.
Are you my son?"
I sure hope not, ma'am. I hope not.
Oh wow, I was a different woman.
The fuck you saying about my mother, Fitz?
In all
You're not
regards,
here.
in all regards, I don't want her voice to be my mother.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be goofy. Yeah, Fitz, that's a fair descriptor there, though. Like, as far as you remember, your mom was there a few times. Very much like a why not kind of mom, where it's like, "Hey, sweetheart, I got you this this jacket, and now I have to go." That was about how it went. She did get you your first sword. The one good memory that I'll say that you have without rolling anything is that when you first started as like a gravedigger, she would be like the one person to come out there and be like, "Hey, let's shirk this shift," and she taught you how to sword fight first. Like the least responsible person. Your dad very much was like, called her sort of a horror story of what not to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't see much of her after a couple of raids on your village got a bit bad when you were pretty young. You didn't see her again.
Not sure what's happened to her now. Attacks on my village. She just kind of up and disappeared, so either she got lost with the wrong crowd or she's in the dust.
I can't remember much of my own parents. I suppose it's lost there in the memories, but I feel as though our stories aren't so different in that regard.
We're not so different, you and I. I'm sorry. It's a fair point, though, for him to say, especially considering Fitz, as far as you know it. Yeah, Athriel's story, to some degree, fits your own. Just two people in a distant homeland. Doing their best for a life they can't have.
I only wondered because of your name. Well, it's hardly Elven at all.
Part of it was my grandmother, part of it was my dad. I think grandmother wanted to call me Fitzgerald.
Right.
And then dad was weird and wanted to originally call me Greg, but then like the thought, Gregathede would be more fitting.
I feel like your dad and your grandma definitely fought about Gregory and like something strange like Jevedith, and it was something between like full Elven and fully human, and your grandma was like, "I'll let you pick the middle name." And then your mom gave you the normal one for the first name. Like, nope, it's Gregory.
Yeah.
Just quit that.
Alright, it's Gregathede Fitzgerald.
No, it's Gregathede Gregory Fitzgerald.
Oh, Gregathede Gregory.
Sure is, yeah.
Yeah.
Greg.
Greg
Yeah,
Fitz.
That's certain.
Greg Fitz tag. You're it.
I hated that game when I was younger. They always made fun of me for that.
Oh god damn it, that's actually really funny.
Names
That's really sad, but very funny.
Names are strange things, aren't they?
They are much as strange as finding similarities in odd places.
I suppose that is.
I mean that is no jest to you, but
No, it's fine. It's fine. I have no idea why I bear the name I have, Athriel. I remember it means red-headed, and he gestures to his hair, which has slowly been turning like a sort of fiery red over the past few months.
Oh, actually, for that, can you go ahead and roll me a what would I even call this in this case? I don't know. For like what kind of roll we'd make to see how far turned your hair has been.
Oh,
We're sort of rolling for the enchantment on the sword. I'd say in this case maybe Constitution.
All right, I was gonna suggest like Arcana or but Constitution makes sense if you want to do like oh okay.
We can do Arcana or do I was saying Constitution for more like your body's resistance to it.
So like a Constitution save?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that.
And I'll let you do advantage or disadvantage depending on how you feel. Or yeah, 16 works. Most of your hair by this point. It started at the ends weirdly enough, so by now it looks like a weird dye job. So like by now it looks like you really need to re-dye your hair. It's like these deep roots. They're just like a sort of muddy brown color. And they have these like just brilliant red.
My name, red-haired, or I think it meant rebellious. I don't know why I would be named that, but I suppose names are a strange thing, aren't they?
They are.
Names, the one thing we can't change except with a special document.
So, you said your mother was never there. Did you never learn the Elven tongue? Did you never learn Alenalva?
I think that she tried, like when she was there. Like there were a few attempts, but I was either too young or, you know, there was just
Elvish, Fitz. Your problem, like you do understand it, is more what I'm trying to say.
Mm.
Your, as far as you recognize Athriel, like not to force, you know, Ian to try and speak it in this moment.
Right, yeah.
His dialect is a bit off. It almost sounds like a wood elf taught it to him, which would make sense, given who, like his parent was not a high elf. It sounds very much like the equivalent of like a country bumpkin accent added onto it. Like it's a little off.
All right.
For you, it's sort of like talking with somebody in like a very, very nice, beautiful, like elegant place, and then saying, "Hey, y'all," like it's very weird compared to your stuff. Like yours would be in a calligraphy book, and yeah, his would be like in a fucking cowboy's journal. Very much the way that you would call it, based on where you're like from, would be like a ranger dialect.
Right.
Or like what a centaur would probably talk like in Elvish. Very much a little off.
Well, for certain you may call me your Thelavel, or I suppose Thelafel. That means
your
friend.
Best friend. My bestie.
Let me tell you about my best friend. Let's go to
Let me tell you about my best friend. He rolls dice that give him nat ones until the end. I dropped my dice again.
Oh no.
That was a nat one, oh shit.
Oh no. That's fucking ominous. No, I take you up on that.
Did she teach you any of the oaths, any of the swears?
I think one. I don't recall which one it was.
Well, the one I can think of that's most universal might be Alithta.
That sounds somewhat familiar.
From what I remember, it would be Alithta.
Fitz, you do not know the meaning of the word in this moment. It really is a question of like, does he do it? Do I need to ask what this means?
I
mean, it also could just be like, maybe the meaning is like lost. It's just all like, that's such a bad word, you don't even need to know what it means.
Fair enough, yeah. It is one of those things too, where it's like, Fitz, you don't know the word, but it does sound bad. From your recollection, your grandma would probably smack you for saying it.
Yeah, that sounds like a poisonous word.
Yes, in my day, it was the worst thing you could say to anyone who spoke the language. In fact, I would say it was enough to incite a duel or a brawl. A useful thing to have in your back pocket.
Indeed.
In my way of speaking, it would be Alithta, but you might say Alitha.
Alitha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll say, as you guys talk about the sort of phonetics of the language, or get into some of that, I'll say more like you guys sort of wind down. It's been this day, or as all the days kind of bleed together into one long night for you guys at this point. It's been very uneventful. It was another attempt to get a map made, didn't go anywhere. An attempt to find somewhere to go, but not a lot was found either. It's been rough. And I'll even say like these two bedrolls are sort of where you guys have set up for these nights, sort of separate from each other.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like keeping an eye on all the entrances, essentially.
What is this thing?
You've seen it a few times. It looks like a mushroom. You've seen a few of them around the base and throughout the woods every now and then. There's never been a real reason to approach in what I would say. In terms of like food, you rolled like a pretty high nature at one point. Like at some point you looked them over and you were like, that looks poisonous. I'm not gonna eat it.
If only I knew anything the alchemists are.
Can only guess.
But as you both wind down, the fire gets dim. I'll even say that, like, with an easy Fitz, you know a few cantrips, right?
I think so. Do I?
I know that you have some magic.
I'm trying to think if I have anything like offhand. Okay.
I mean,
Dancing lights.
Athriel has prestidigitation, so he can just keep the fire going. In fact,
That's
he's
fair.
not even gonna. He doesn't even like go over to the bedroll. He just like stays by the. He pulls out a whetstone
Oh, sharpening this blade.
and starts very carefully sharpening his blade, his sword.
Okay. All right then. I will say.
Oiling it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Like oiling it,
Sword
keeping
stuff.
it keen.
Yeah.
I will ask, because really that is how most of these nights have gone. That's why I sort of jumped into the middle of our timeline here. Really, most of these nights are just quiet conversation, occasionally eating, like, if you find one, like a roast rabbit or something. It's been pretty quiet. But I'll say, Fitz, as you especially, like, as you go down for the night, we'll sort of jump ahead. Really, just even yet another month forward, we're in the same spot we are now, with Athriel looking at his blade and keeping it maintained, and Fitz, you heading off to bed. Fitz, as you get down for the night, could you describe how Fitz is looking at the moment for us?
As these months have kind of passed by, Fitz, his hair is really kind of like grown, like he started putting in like a ponytail. His ears would have been like bruised and chipped by Elric, are starting to heal, so that you can just see like faint scars from them.
It's got like the Rizgak like pitting in it.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
The edges are just like fucking jagged.
Just a little bit, yeah, because Elric would always like hang off like the earlobe, like a makeshift like earring. So like that's slowly like pretty much like sealed up.
Gotcha.
And so you just have like a couple of like scars here and there, but they're very faint and not very prominent anymore.
Gotcha.
The crystal eye is very much still within. Basically,
In
just
your
like
head.
well, yeah, that too. Basically, just sealed, tightly at this point now.
I gotcha.
After jamming it into my skull, it's had its time to, morph into my head, or
Which actually, I will say that you notice, like, it seems to look as if it's grown to your head to some degree. You've seen your reflection maybe once in some water, and it looks as if your eye's a little bit bloodshot. Given that it didn't start out as a piece of you, that is a little odd, but nothing out of the ordinary, really.
Right, just very strange.
And I'll say that you go down for the night. Austin, does Athriel at any point go to bed, or is it more just a moment of, like, keeping watch over the nights?
Yeah, so I think let me read the feature again on Reborn. It says that I do just need to, for a long rest, I need 4 hours in which I spend in an inactive, motionless state, but I'm still, like, conscious.
I gotcha. Well, I was asking more if he took, like, sleep for, like, a reprieve from the place he's found himself.
I honestly, I don't think he does. I feel like he feels like he needs to keep watch.
Okay, yeah.
Like, as long as he has the power to not go under, he's not going to, because he feels like this is not a place he needs to, like, let his guard down.
Absolutely. I like that. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense for him. Then I will say I'll need to roll a couple of things real quick. And I need to grab a thing for one of my boys. God, there are like so many characters that have just been left in the past. Whenever I have to go to like old maps, I just see them and I'm like, wow. That was a guy.
That was a dude.
That was,
They're just
that was
stuck
once
in
a
a
dude.
they're stuck in a liminal space.
They really fucking are, yeah.
You have left them in liminal hell. How dare you?
Lemon hell, if you will.
Fitz, you take 2 psychic damage.
Okay.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm down to 100 hit points.
Oh, fuck. Oh, man, how will I kill him now?
No, it's...
Okay.
Fuck.
Then, oh, right. I almost forgot to give this person one more thing. Okay.
Various dudes just go up straight into the back rooms. Oh no.
Alright.
Syl, no.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. How dare you?
Fitz hasn't seen Syl in God knows how long, alright?
That's fair, though. Yeah, I know you're right. Okay, so he is... Just reading this to make sure. Okay. So, Fitz.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, no, you're asleep in this moment. I'll say we're cutting like a couple hours into the night. Dead asleep in your bedroll. There you go.
Cool.
Athriel.
Yes.
Could you roll a, you are asleep but conscious, essentially. Like,
Yeah.
inactive.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me... What's your passive perception, actually?
24.
24? Okay.
Yeah.
You almost definitely hear this. Let's go ahead and see. I will also use a physical die. Seems only right in this moment. I think, yeah, that works. Yeah, okay. So I get a +4, so I need, like, basically a nat 20 to avoid that. So, Athriel, you think you hear something. You're not sure,
like,
though.
Turn my head towards the... Just, like, jerk my head towards the sound.
It sounds as if it's coming from right here. Like, right where this, like, old sort of, like... It looks like a crushed-in doorway, honestly. Like, the door is literally popped off its hinges at some point.
I would like to cast... a range of 5 times number of hit points spent on the spell. Okay, I would like to spend 5 hit points and cast Blood Sight. So I'll be able to see the aura of living creatures like 25 feet around me.
Got it. Can I... One second, I need to look at the stuff for that real quick to see something.
Wait, let me reread it. Let me see what it says.
Ooh, the sight of the blood.
Okay, they have to be wounded in order for me to see them.
Okay.
Like if you're normal. Okay, so I suppose this is just a way to also see if it's wounded. There's some kind of wounded creature coming up.
I'll say you don't see any wounded creature appear in your vision.
I ready my blade and just sort of slowly walk in the direction of the sound.
Got it. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and quickly roll for them. Could you roll a perception real quick, by the way?
Perception, I shall do this. Public roll. No. 27.
Oh yeah. You easily catch the sight of Well, it looks like a person shambling around nearby, like through the doorway. One sec. I don't know. This is going to be a big token, I'm pretty sure. Okay, it's not. But yeah, you see it just, again, it looks like a person in like pretty rusty armor make their way through the doorway. Actually, they're more like here at this point.
Does it seem hostile?
It doesn't seem, whenever you look at it, you can roll an insight on it if you want to like get a gauge on this.
I shall do this.
You're
I think I'd like to add knowledge from a past life and add a d6. So that's a 17.
you're experienced in fighting a lot of people. You know a lot of people kind of have like a, generally speaking, a pretty good poker face when it comes to battle. Like you can't see shit. When you look into the darkness, do you have dark vision?
I don't know. No, I do not. Among the many things the Reborn has, they do not have dark vision.
There's no really light casting on them besides like the silhouette of their armor. When you look into their face, it's hidden behind this sort of mask of iron. You don't get a vibe of like hostility or passive or like passiveness. They just seem idle in this moment.
I would like to cast a message.
All right. I'm
Just
actually
sort
reading
of
stuff as well.
whisper, hello, into its mind.
Gotcha. I'm gonna roll something for them. It's not gonna be in the box of doom because they can't really do anything here. I'm rolling a single d20 physically. It is a 2. You can see it almost hit them. And it's really strange for you, I'll say, Athriel. You're pretty arcane just in the way that you exist right now.
Yeah.
You can almost hear the spell bounce into the armor. Doesn't seem to hit anybody.
No thought, head empty.
Literally, yes. But, and I'm going to say in this moment, as they are here, not really doing much, you recognize the armor.
Ooh, interesting.
And I'll say there's sort of something uncomfortable about the fact that you recognize the armor. And that's because you've seen the armor quite a few times, semi-buried in these ruins. It's the armor of like the statues from the old church. You see it here holding like a rusty halberd, or more a rusty longsword. And it's going to just continue to step forward. As it does, you notice a clear, distinct line between the chest plate and the helmet. The helmet's just levitating there. You recognize a set of animate armor.
I just sort of gingerly step out of its way.
Yeah, stepping out of its way, it continues walking for the moment. It doesn't really seem like it has a destination quite yet. But then as you see it past this doorway, it steps here, and then into the doorway, and then it seems to go inactive. You can roll an insight if you like to see what's up.
Okay. Insight 18.
Somebody had to have enchanted the armor at some point or done something to make it animate. Looking into the room, it looks like what used to be maybe like the quarters of like a head priest or something. It seems almost like the armor is like has gone home to a degree, or perhaps recognizes the area that it's in. But without an intelligence of language or anything, it has no means of telling anyone that. Fitz.
Yes.
You are fully asleep, which means in this moment there's not really anything you could do. Could you go ahead and roll a perception check with disadvantage?
Perception disadvantage, okay.
It's gonna be DC 15 here.
Okay. So you get a plus 10 to perception. So on that one, it's a 12.
See a nat 1 and a 12?
No, what?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said a nat 1 and a 12. I was like, whoa.
No. First one's a 12, the other's a 17.
You hear something right next to your head.
What?
It will not get surprise on you as you awaken to see one of these little fungus that have been like around. Fitz, can you go ahead and quickly roll me a survival check to see if you recognize what it is?
Okay, survival. It's gonna be a 4, so it's a 3, so plus 4, 7.
It's a mushroom. You've seen mushrooms a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm just like groggily staring, like, what the hell? Like, that's just this shroom.
And it's going to. Okay, I need to roll a d4 to see how many of these attacks it gets to make.
Jarf, I fucking hate you, you stupid punster.
It got a 4 on its d4 of attacks it can make, so it gets to make 4 attacks of rotting touch.
I hate that.
It is going to be.
Oh.
It'll get advantage. It'll get advantage on at least one of these against you. I will use all of the low rolls on the others though. So essentially it's a 21 and then an 8, a nat 20, and a 5.
Ow.
So 2 attacks hit. I know that fact. Hit is. Well, how the frick do I roll my damage? There we go. Wait, what? I'm sorry, that's weird. I don't know why it does that. Like, how do I even roll damage here?
Oh, it rolled damage.
Yeah, on the
just like regular NPC sheets.
Yeah, it didn't roll. I didn't say it didn't roll damage the first time. See, it was attack, and then it wasn't.
Oh boy, it's
I have to like
to mess around with the NPC sheets.
This one is.
So the damage on the last one.
Well, that's a different one. One sec. Oh, I just clicked. I'm just gonna click these and get my damage. Let's see. Only 2 of these actually hit. We'll say those last 2 are the ones. So Fitz.
Yeah.
So you'll take 6 + 1 necrotic. So you're going to go ahead and take. You're gonna take 17 damage.
Ow. Okay.
And it is going to attempt to essentially. It's not able to grapple you, but it has like a tentacle wrapping around your neck. And that's what you wake up to, is a tentacle around your throat as 2 more plunge into, try to plunge into your chest.
What?
Did I notice any of this?
Let me go ahead and see how much noise it makes.
Bad touch, bad touch.
12 + 2, 14. Your passive perception's high enough. You hear something weird go on. You hear like weird like whipping noises, like.
Just like turn around, and I guess I just see this thing trying to strangulate my comrade.
You see a weird mushroom that like it seems like a normal mushroom, save for the roots grabbing his throat.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take an attack at it. I'm going to hit it 3 times.
Holy shit. Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, so 1 normal roll.
Immediately it hits. It's dead. That's all you need.
That was easy.
No, it's a fungus. It is dead. 16, it kills it. It's got 5 armor class. And its HP is
All right.
4d8. It's 16. It's dead. That is a dead mushroom.
Just obliterated.
However, I will say at the very least, and I'm actually checking a thing to be sure. That is really bright. My eyes.
Yeah, it's just like Athriel, like without a word, like turns around, sees this happening, just sort of does like one of those cool quick steps, and then just like, fling, just like chops it in half.
Just the coolest fucking yeah, absolutely. Just like, and it's gone. It's just gone. You do one attack. It's also fits from your perspective. Like, you see Athriel gear up, their body moves as quick as the wind, and with a single flash, you can see that their sword's about to come back for 2 more, and it's just like that weird abrupt stop when someone pauses a DVD during an action scene. It's like, and that's it. Like, it looks like it's about to be really cool, but
yeah, they don't commit to the bit. They don't, like, there's just.
I was expecting a little bit more. He says as he sheathes his sword again.
I'm just like, why did you stop? I look back to it, like, oh, okay, it's already dead.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just catch my breath, just.
Are you alright?
Save for the rude awakening, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Not the first time. Not the first time I've had a whip around my throat.
I do not have cure wounds prepared.
Could I cure wounds myself?
Oh, by the way, Fitz.
Yeah.
There is one thing that happens. Well, just one thing about that. So your hit point maximum is reduced by 3. Like, the amount that you can be healed up to is reduced by 3.
Oh, okay, so I dropped down from 102 to 99 then? Or no?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
Necrotic damage.
Ah, lovely.
Necrotic damage takes away your hit point maximum.
Okay. Damn.
Fitz, I'll just roll off of that 8 you got a bit ago and just say, you're pretty confident. You haven't really fought much in these woods. That's something that's not great, and you feel at least some sort of awareness of it's very possible that could be a pretty constant threat.
Yeah. In other words, this is a sign that we need to leave.
Can Athriel, just like remembering where the other ones are, just go and like stab them?
You can go around. Now you're welcome to go around and stab them. You are aware at the very least that some of them may not be conscious, which is just something, but you can go ahead and try and just like stab them all around. Just to be
Better
safe.
Safe than sorry.
Go ahead and roll attacks.
Yeah, do some pruning.
Alright.
Absolutely dead. I'm just gonna delete them as you go.
You
I just want to see these attacks.
Just cadaverific.
Let's see. Come on. There you go. It's dead.
Okay, where are the other ones? Alright, there's another one over here.
It's not even like a threat to you, it's just a full threat to your buddy, and so it's like, fuck this.
Yeah.
It's dead.
Yeah, one of them just goes after me, and if one hurts my friend, everybody must die.
Is that all 4 of them?
Yeah, there are only 4.
Alright.
Seems there were not many.
My hero.
It is a fungus, though, so you are aware that it could be hiding in things. Like trees, under walls, under your sleeping bags, pretty much anywhere. It is a threat that you have been made aware of. After months, it seems that it's finally decided that they have started to attack. Like, sort of gauging if you guys are a big enough threat.
So wait, presumably if it's a fungus, does that mean there's like, there could be like a network of it?
Yes.
So, would have cutting those off damage some sort of theoretical under creature?
That
Creature that is,
doesn't
like,
seem
under
like
the
it's
ground.
the case. It's
Not
sort of
the
like
case?
the mycelium connect it so that they can all think in the same mind, but it's not that they are the same
Right.
mind.
But they're not they're
Okay,
not
gotcha.
connected to this bigger thread that we can.
They're not connected to one big health pool, no.
Okay, yeah, no. So they're all of their own
Okay,
accord.
okay, I gotcha.
Yes, to some degree. Now, while one big creature may control them, it does mean that like its health isn't tied to it, so it's not a wounded creature.
Okay, alright, I gotcha.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so if there is a hypothetical big dog out there, it's not getting damaged.
No, it's like
but
killing
now-
a mind flayer and then like a grave mind showing up. It's
Ah,
like, you
but
can't-
now I
you
can
didn't wound that.
now, but now I can see Fitz through the wall.
You can see Fitz. You see Fitz glowing, and you just see him like holding his throat and then like a silent tear. Fitz, you woke up to accidental hentai. It was great.
No,
No!
no, no.
No!
Well, nice knowing you, seppuku.
Yeah, exactly. You just, It's like I woke up and there was a weird octopus thing in my face. Its tentacle touched my mouth and it made me throw up. Fuck that.
Yeah, I hate that. Speaking of, I am going to just over here and just.
Go ahead and roll me a Constitution save.
Fuck. Oh, what a rude awakening. Constitution save, so that's a 2. That is a 9 with disadvantage, so it's
Yeah, you throw
just-
up, and given that you are so utterly sleep deprived,
Mhm.
you pass out and you throw up.
Oh god, no.
With a 9, you just Athriel. You hear, "Ugh!" He is on the ground, fully out of it.
Oh my. Poor
And-
child. I just sort of like sling him over my back. It's like,
Beautiful. Well, yes, this may as well happen.
Yeah, just in my sleep, just light convulsions. Just
I set him back down in his own bedroll.
Beautiful.
And
it's-
I make sure to wipe his face off with a clean piece of cloth.
You can prestidigitate him and clean him off.
So like, oh yeah, it's
Sick.
like.
Oh, nice clean.
it was just a bad dream.
It was all just a bad dream, save for the fact that you will be eating mushrooms in the morning because fresh food, baby.
I'll pass. I don't trust it.
But yeah, some weird moment of just like that's not great. And I'll actually say that the night passes pretty normally after that, Athriel. You're able to just rest. At some point, go ahead.
I would like to spend at least a little bit of time just like studying this statue, like from far enough to not like provoke it, and trying to like look and study this like room a little bit without stepping into it.
In the room, it just looks like a bed that's weirdly well maintained. Although it doesn't look like it's actually been touched in like a century at least. Bedside table with a lantern that still looks like it's half full of oil, even though it's rusted and just destroyed by this time. Very much just an old bedroom. There's what looks like old scriptures that actually like litter the floor and now make a sort of like carpeting. Covered occasionally with like bits of moss and grass that have grown into the area. The statue. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Statue.
I was just saying the statue, the armor. It was at one point like the armor you'd see in like a big like fancy house. So it's actually like standing on an old like decrepit version of an armor stand, standing next to it essentially, like where it feels like it belongs.
Can I make some kind of roll to see if the armor would react if I were to step into the room?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a.
An Arcana check?
We'll call that Arcana, DC 20 Arcana, because we're gauging the reaction of gauging the reaction of something with no intelligence is difficult. Yeah, you looking at that, you're pretty sure that you could walk in without it like outright attacking you. If there was any like adverse effect to walking in, it wouldn't be in the form of like it's gonna fight you.
Alright, I make sure I walk in as like respectfully as I can. I keep my sword sheathed.
Yeah, that works for me. Perfect. It doesn't react.
Okay, I would just like to spend a little bit of time in here studying what I can, just like I want to look over at the bed and maybe like take a look in these barrels if I can. But just sort of respectfully looking and not like I'm not gonna take anything.
Yeah, absolutely. You, honestly, I'll say you can remain investigate with advantage, but you really are able to look around with pretty much, unfettered access.
All right. 22.
Nice. Okay. One sec. I made the mistake of taking a bite of a Chex bar.
Oh no.
How dare you?
Hey, we gotta snack
Sorry,
sometimes.
I didn't have almonds.
Meanwhile, I came prepared. I've got a plethora of snacks.
Well, motherfucker, I don't.
I'm
Bring
sorry.
him over.
Okay.
But you, Athriel, what are you looking for specifically in this moment? Like, what's the first thing you're kind of looking to look at?
Anything that could tell me about any kind of like religious denomination, any sort of anything that could tell me about what this place used to be for, like what kind of god it used to be for. If I can maybe read a little bit of those scriptures without like moving them, I'd like to try and take a look at those.
I'll say the scriptures are, again, they're basically like paving the floor at this point. Those are essentially illegible. They've been left to the elements for at least a century. I'll say that the best that you can make out there is like, it's a pretty easy guess, like looking through some of this stuff. They were worshiping like some god of the forest. Like, like a woodland god of some sort. And especially looking through stuff like looking at the symbols that are like carved into the walls, that does seem correct. Like perhaps even like semi-worshipping Ents out here.
Right.
There's even a thing of like, if you open one of the barrels, you notice that like there are these. It's sort of. It's really dark when you look into it, but it's like Ent seeds in here that are like pickled. It's the equivalent of like going to an old lab and it's like, you found a pickled baby. Like, it's not great.
Oh god,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
I'm sure the Ents do not appreciate that.
And you can you find the only like surviving documentation here at all is in some of these barrels as well. Like, one of them is mostly empty, save for like a few jars, and the few little bits of like writing that are still not like just dust are like, yes, we tried another experiment. Today we attempted to bring one back to life in the form of a sentient rose bush.
Ooh, okay.
And they they talk about this beautiful rose bush that they grew that essentially like disappeared at one point, and when they eventually found it, it was like a set of like, it had turned into blood lilies, which is a like sentient plant that you are aware of that is like razor sharp leaves and something that people generally avoid.
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, goddamn, my keyboard's not plugged in. Wanted to take notes. I'll take notes on these later. If I can, I'd like to grab a little bit of charcoal from the fire and two of my slips of paper.
Yeah.
And you said there were like symbols on the wall?
Yeah, there's a few. You're pretty like confident that these are like, of a woodland god, or perhaps even of like a lesser fey deity at most. Clearly a deity that did exist, something that like maybe even granted boons all the way out here.
I would like to start taking like charcoal rubbings of those.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna make like 2 copies of it. One I have a plan for. Well, one I'm keeping, and the other one I'm gonna do something else with.
Yeah, okay. You don't even need to roll for that. I mean, you're just charcoaling a piece of paper.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna take that down. I'm gonna make notes about these like experiments and stuff.
All right.
And is there like some kind of like nook in the wall or like on the pedestal where the statue is? Or actually, hold on. I'd actually like to take the second piece of paper and just sort of like walk up to the statue and just present the piece of paper to it.
It looks down at it, like, seeing something presented to it. It sort of like it's standing there perfectly immobile. It honestly looks like it's not alive again, and then it sort of like clanks back to life and turns down to look at it. You see like no sort of recognition. You do see in the notes at some points mention of something along the lines of like an arcane defender. It could be that these like armor sets are the equivalent of what they managed to make.
Right,
but there is a real risk if there are quite so many of these like armors out there. There could be ones that aren't as put together as this one.
I would like to slip the piece of paper into some kind of like. I'm not sure about slipping it right onto the armor itself, but. Maybe if I could slip it into like a little like nook in the hole in the wall next to it, or.
Yeah, you can do that. There's like a little area where you can slip it in.
Yeah, I'll just like sort of fold it up, slip it in there, just kind of like pat the wall, and
yeah,
that's for him. That's for him if he ever wants to look at it.
That's his. He gets to keep it.
Yeah. All right, and Athriel will return to take a seat and just sort of rest.
Beautiful. And I will say that the night goes on, or what you assume is the night goes on without any strange things happening. Although I will say, Athriel.
Yes.
You do like nothing happens. Like you don't detect anybody like coming by or anything, but you do hear occasionally like little groans from the area where the armor was. Fitz.
Mm-hmm.
As you sleep, you hear a voice. Like, as you sleep, you sort of dream of the events that occurred, kind of without your wanting of that.
Yeah.
Sort of like a top-down view, seeing this little purple mushroom show up and latch onto you like a facehugger, just about. And you just sort of see, like, as you're standing there, you can feel someone talking in the back of your head, just like, a better man would have fought back better. A real man. A real captain. What does that make you, then?
Am I able to just, like, look around
You
myself?
feel like you're able to talk.
Okay.
And you can look around, but you don't see anyone else there.
How can one prepare for a sneak attack? Who are you to tell me that I am no better man?
A real captain is always prepared for any attack, any type, anywhere, any way, any how. You are briefly presented with a memory that is not yours, of sitting in a dark room in a ship, in a plush leather chair with a pistol on your desk and a dagger in your hand. Your mind is racing with thoughts at all time. And you're like, you sort of like feel a pain in your like shoulder, likely from where you've like just shot some adrenaline. Empty bottles of different like stimulants and like snuffs and alcohol sit on one side of your desk, and on the other it's just like hundreds of stacked maps. A real captain is always prepared for every eventuality. You sleep when you're dead. You rest when you know that you won't dare be hurt by anyone who would dare stand against you. Out here in the middle of these woodlands, you don't know that you're safe at any point, and you lay away with your face facing away from the doors, letting this elf look after you. Spiritual or no. You're working with trust that you haven't earned. As if the world is known to each at every fucking turn. Of course.
I like having this voice just like berating, like slowly I can just feel kind of like a rage like building, not quite like fully going into that rage, but like it kind of sort of starting to happen, you know?
Yeah.
Then I feel like slipping into sort of my where the fuck is it? Was it Captain's Call? Yes, it was Captain's Call. I kind of slip into like, so with Captain's Call, like it's because originally like the switching from like
Nugget of personality.
Yes, nugget of personality. It's switching that from like an Aussie voice. This one, like Captain's Call, is more leaning towards like a pirate's voice. Yeah. So like as this rage sort of building, it's like, I think that a real man, if you're going to berate one, would have the balls to show themselves and say it to my fucking face as I grab the flintlock.
Fits. Could you roll me... Could you go ahead and roll me a wisdom save?
Yeah, sure.
With disadvantage.
Of course.
Mainly because this one takes you by surprise.
You said wisdom save?
Yeah.
Alright, so that's a nat 20 on that. So that would be, it's going to be a 22 on that.
Wait, so it was disadvantage. You rolled a nat 20. What was the other roll?
That's what I was about to roll.
Okay.
Oh.
That's a 9.
Okay.
So,
I just thought it'd be
so
funny,
9.
20 to 1.
I know. No, so 9. And it's be an 11 with that, and with the mod would be like 22.
Nice. So a 9. So wait, 9 plus 11. So it's still yeah, it's a 20.
Well, no, because the wisdom is +2, so it's 9. Oh yeah,
Oh.
No, 11. No, yeah, because that is the 11.
Wisdom saving throw, right? And so,
Yeah, the way it's saving through. Yeah.
So it's plus. So yeah, it's an 11. Okay, good.
Okay, yeah.
And that's going to be verse. From within your head, you feel a pounding as if somebody like broke your nose, but from inside. It's like a sudden debilitating pain of like down on your knees, like holding your face. When you open your eyes, essentially, you're on a perfect flat plane of water out into infinity, and the reflection beneath you is it looks like almost yourself, hand to the surface of the water. The emerald eye is like sort of almost spread on that side of your head, in this reflection at least. And you just see like perfect crystalline structure making up most of your face. Reaches out through the water and grabs your throat. I've been saying it to your face the whole time. And with a rip, you awaken. Athriel, it is essentially morning. When you look through the tree canopy, it's like overcast again. Fitz, you awaken in a cold sweat. There is a hole punched through the stone wall next to you. Your fist is like bleeding, stuck through that hole.
I'm just trying to like look at my fist, like take it out of the wall and just like look at it, just like shaking as the blood drips from my hand.
You are not sure what that was. You can roll an Arcana if you want to try and figure it out.
Sure.
You'll just roll flat.
Okay. That's a 13.
It's a 13 plus...
13 plus.
Your Arcana.
Yeah, so
Arcana.
that'd be 14.
14? Not bad. As you go to figure it out, you actually feel it's a weird feeling, but you actually feel the eye like glow in like the back of your head a little bit. And it's so you naturally roll a 13.
Yes.
That goes up to an 18 in this moment as you get somebody else's stat for the moment. You feel as if a part of your mind is clouded, and you hear a brief thoughts that aren't yours. The Emerald Eye is an enchanted item that is supposed to help a captain. It was hidden away in Ida's like artifacts for some time. You feel as if with that brief snippet of someone else's thought, there's likely a bigger reason that it was put away. You actually feel as if maybe another captain themselves is in the eye to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, these you feel their thoughts and briefly their stats as you feel like a little bit stronger, a little bit like smarter for a moment, and then it sort of dissipates. It feels as if like maybe someone else is even in your head for a moment. But as it happens, you just hear a brief set of words. It's just, wait, go on, and then it disappears.
Just hold my bloodied hand, my hand to my head, and just shake it off, and then I go to just kind of bandage my hand in some like cloth.
As you do, everything feels normal again. You just feel like maybe you had a really weird nightmare.
Fuck.
Yes. Athriel, you see him like with a bleeding hand wrapping it up.
I did re-prepare cure wounds, so I can help with that.
Oh ho ho.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I can assist you with that.
Be my guest.
Alright, cure wounds. Where's my thing for it? Okay, 1d3 healing damage. Or 1d8 healing damage. 5! I just sort of like press the pommel of my sword into your palm and hold the other side with my hand, and it just sort of like glows a sort of golden white light. That should stem the bleeding and heal the skin.
Yeah, you feel yourself heal, Fitz.
Lovely. Yeah. Thank you. I'm not sure what that was. It was a strange dream, but it also felt like somebody's in my head.
I noticed, you said there was a hole in the wall?
Yeah, you see like he punched a hole in like a double-layered brick wall with his bare hand. There's like 8 bricks punched out on the other side. It was a solid wall. Like it was one of like the least decayed ones here, and it's just bam.
Maybe we should have you sleep fight more often. I'm surprised I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it was oddly silent as well. That is something that you do notice.
Huh. I feel that we need to find an exit out of this fucking nightmare land as soon as possible. I know the last few months have been fruitless, but I feel like after last night we are on a ticking clock here.
Actually, I just remembered I have a certain magical head on my belt.
You sure do.
So I would like to pull Salura off of my belt.
Salura has been pretty occasionally helpful, generally silent whenever they, like, for most of the time. I will say, as you, like, go pulling him off, you do also hear something, Athriel, from where your armored friend was. And glancing back, you see the shadow of branches there now, where there were none before.
That is
But yes, so
Some
speaking, as you like pull it out, he sort of awakens and he's just like, friend. So, he sort of looks around, sort of like, again, sort of speaking more in common as he's sort of been used to.
Right.
Looking between Fitz and yourself and the terrible, like, world around you, and just, where do we find ourselves? Still the darkness.
Yes, back in the same ruined chapel.
So that river wasn't good. Shit.
No, unfortunately not. Apologies again.
Not my brightest hour.
Yes, it was distressing having to pull those things out of your mouth.
He also, like, I feel like at some point, Athriel,
Yeah?
there's one, like, ultimate use for him, given you don't have dark vision, and that's that, like, the gemstones in his eyes work as, like, really good focuses for, like, torchlight. So I imagine he, like, spits out what's left of a candle, just like, yes. It's a very strange time.
I was wondering if you might have some advice for us.
He'll roll off of, as he's been sort of doing when he does this, he'll roll off of your, insight here, and we'll see what he says.
Excuse me.
He gets advantage on all insight checks, so this should be a little easier for him, at least.
Nice.
He has, like, a ton of forbidden knowledge. This is, like, his fucking bread and butter.
Yeah.
Insight, one sec. Do we have toggle advantage, or is it just click for you? Oh, I see. Yeah,
it's click.
Smith, normal advantage. Okie doke.
Oh
Nat
my.
20.
Damn.
He looks around as you, like, ask him for, like, insights. He looks like he is very familiar with some of these, like, symbols, at least. Like, not like a full understanding, but something else. Sec. Pull up, like, my Google Drive stuff. Looks around before finally sort of saying, you find yourself still in the Lost Woods. A place no one would wish to find themselves. And yet, the exit is closer than you think. In the home of Solanor, you should not have stayed. And as he says that, he, like, glances his eyes back toward those branches. And then you see him glance to those symbols in the wall, where you actually notice vines have been growing deeper into them while you've been staying here. The armor's fully a tree.
The better fate, I suppose, for one such as he.
You see, like, the chest plate has been, like, warped around a tree trunk. And the helmet is, like, far up above, held in place by, like, the branches sort of torn in some places.
What happened to the slip of paper?
The slip of paper is where it looks like the origin started. There's, like, a thick branch that connects to the tree almost.
Oh.
And you see, like, the tree seems to, like, reverberate with some amount of life. Like, perhaps more life than this armor had when it was alive. Or when it was, like, as just an armor. The, like, sap actually, like, leaks a little bit down the bark, and it glows ever so faintly. Do what?
Sap. I was just saying
Sap.
sap.
Fitz, you hear the word out of nowhere, just sap.
Sap.
Hey, what? What are you talking about?
I sort of show Salura
Pancakes are-
all this. What do you think of
Salura
this?
looks it
old
over. Seems a bit curious about it, but it's in that moment of like thought that you see like in his eyes flash a tiny bit of magic, and like not a proper like bonfire cantrip, but like a firebolt, very tiny, hits the edge of the sap, and you see it begin to spread flame before prestidigitation stops it. Highly flammable. Perhaps the poisoned soil has made something of it. Curious. I think an old, what remains of a god perhaps, makes something dark of these woodlands. Perhaps folly of humans. Perhaps not. I think it is dangerous where you currently sit, though. I can offer only small help. But as he glances from the tree and up to like the canopy above, getting a brief glimpse actually through like you both, Fitz, you and Athriel, get briefly hit with a sunbeam that casts through the trees, something that hasn't happened the whole time you've been here. Like bright, perfect light over you for a brief moment. And you see Athriel.
Yes.
There is something weird about this place. So, sunrise in the east, sets in the west. It should be near sunrise right now.
Right.
Judging what you're seeing from that little sunbeam, judging from the sun, where you feel north is opposite. That is not true in this moment.
Oh, so things. So it's reverted back to what it should be temporarily.
No, what I'm saying is like north should be like, so say north should be in front of you.
Right.
As you see right now, north is behind you. And yeah, for that moment, you're like hit with a feeling of like, oh shit, it is the other way. And then as the sun disappears, you feel, the wrong way again. And Fitz, looking down to like, you have a compass in your pack at some point. Looking down at that, it's just spinning in a circle. But for a brief moment, when that sun hits you, it points directly north.
Okay.
There's some understanding that perhaps, perhaps there is perhaps your path is a bit more clear, at least for this brief moment, knowing where things should be.
It's at least closer than we think.
And in fact, I will even say that Salura, he is going to roll really quickly an Arcana. One moment. We will roll these standard. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Let me just roll physical
Wow.
dice real
Yeah,
quick to
yeah.
make sure shit's not broken. I have rolled an 11, which would have still been a 20. Fuck me. The man can't lose. But with a nat 20,
Fucking hell.
I have to help you more than I want to. With a nat 20, you feel two routes open in your mind. As he begins to speak, essentially. And in fact, it's sort of like messaging you both in this moment. I see two paths, places that you would wish perhaps to find yourself. One is community, life, untouched and unburdened. Set past these woods, something brighter than anything we've fought right now. And you see a brief visualization of your home, Fitz. Athriel, you see a town you've never seen before. And another, wrought with strife, trapped amongst it all. Perhaps even the source of the magics. And you see briefly like a cave entrance that you have like not a chance in hell of finding without like some amount of direction. But it is in a like brightly lit up glade, maybe the only place with sunlight in this area.
So it sounds like either try to get out of here, or maybe put an end to the magic cast
He
over. Is kind of what it sounds like to me.
he does hit you both with a brief bit of knowledge, though, just like, regardless of where you wish to be, you need to leave this place. Near you both. A village. Small semblance of survival in this dark place. I would seek it out, though I have no great directive. Follow north, true north, and it shall find you, perhaps. Who knows? It might even be safe. And he, like, his eyes go dim, and it seems he's like sort of used as much of his like outer sight as he can for the moment. His eyes go dim, and he just sort of like coughs. You watch some black ichor pass over his teeth, spits it out. Says, "It is all I know, old friend. But the path is clear." And as his eyes glance ahead, you guys see past the like destroyed door. The roots of this tree glow, and you actually see like glowing roots moving along like a path along here.
Well, suppose we should. Vanev Felavel. And I put Salura back on my belt.
He just gives a silent nod and allows you to put him back.
So this tree.
Yeah.
Are there any branches that look like I could, that already look like they might be coming off?
Weirdly, no. It looks like a dead tree, but it's like, at least from a quick glance. But looking at all of the wood is incredibly healthy.
Because Athriel he feels like he might want to collect some of this, but he doesn't know if there's any way to do it
Respectfully.
Feels like this tree is his brother.
Can I cut a piece off of you respectfully? Excuse me, sir. Can I cut a piece of you off? I promise I mean it with the utmost respect.
I don't like that.
Excuse me, sir. Can I have your skin? I need your skin. There doesn't seem to be like a. There doesn't seem like there's a way you could just like cut a piece off without it having some sort of like, however small, ill effect on the tree. I mean, cutting a piece off any tree is going to be some ill effect.
Yeah.
You can roll a nature check and
Right.
see if you can get a piece off without hurting it like properly. I'll give you advantage on it.
Alright, I'm not very good at nature anyways, so...
Let's see. DC 20 means it beats it. Athriel, you
All
see
right. Okay.
none of the branches look like something you could pull off and keep. You see some of the bark looks like you could peel it off without hurting the tree.
Alright, I think I will grab a little bit of that.
Just pulling off a little piece, a full proper chunk comes off just with a little tug, about the size of like a piece of paper, like a little piece of journal paper. Just comes right off without any attempt on it. And immediately you watch fresh bark begin to push out of where it was just pulled away.
Oh.
But the back of this has fresh sap still covering it. Also, with a 20 on your nature check, it's sort of maybe edible. the sap.
Maybe edible.
It's sort of like how most mushrooms are probably edible, but then there's the ones that aren't. It's that moment of is this fine? You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take the gamble?
What's good for the goose is a real gander.
I would like to empty one of my jars of oil. Maybe use a jar that's already empty. I would like to empty one of these and kind of dump the sap into that jar?
Yeah. Yeah, without needing to do really anything, you basically have like an empty jar of what was like lamp oil, and you just fill it
Yeah.
up with, it fills it up the entire way, by the way. There's like quite a bit of sap on here. It's like an inch thick and just barely moving. And yeah, filling it up, the jar is like all the way full with this slightly glowing tree sap.
Ooh, okay, yeah. And I'll kind of like bind it up to keep it, make sure it stays closed, and wrap up the bark in some sort of like piece of cloth that might be like
Gotcha.
lying around.
Yeah, you have some bits of like old clothes and whatnot.
Yeah,
I mean, the
like
pack,
that.
the pack that's on Athriel has some of his old mining clothes.
Yeah. I'll use a little bit of that.
And yeah, you easily just like wrap it up and put it away. And yeah, you have some arcane tree bark and some strange glowing sap.
All right, I will add both of those to my inventory.
Perfect. Fitz.
Yes.
You have trauma.
Yeah. Well, what else is new?
You do feel it's just the worst. You can see like the little pile of like the dead shrooms of like the little corner. At one like, given what happened, your brain just keeps telling you, I think it moved, and so it's just you sitting here stressed out for the.
You know,
next 5 minutes.
it's like I think it moved, stomp on it. I think it moved again, stomp it. It's just perpetual cycle.
Exactly. You're just like, I can't deal with this.
Fuck. First the fucking primordial planes, now this. God damn it.
The primordial at least was cool.
No, not primordial planes. Fucking
Elemental.
elemental planes. Yes, I keep forgetting that. I'm gonna start a compilation of how many times I fucking forget that because it's so.
What?
Exactly.
All right, I
Yeah,
say,
the elemental plane, and now
say
this.
we
God
begin to
damn it.
make our way towards this town.
Yeah, I'm mid packing through this. Yeah, no, we now that we have some sense of direction, we can.
Yeah, you have a bit of direction here, and any like directional checks you guys will make will be with advantage for this moment.
Cool.
And I will say that y'all can move ahead. For the moment, one moment, I am actually grabbing a thing for you both.
Oh boy.
Just to illustrate what it looks like when you walk through these woodlands. Where's all my art go? There it is. Where have you gone? Get back here. Here.
I need you for artistic purposes.
I need you for artistic purposes, yes.
Steven, no.
Oh, fuck.
I'm
How dare you?
sorry.
How dare you? How dare you?
I'm sorry. I'll trip on a tree root on my way out.
Okay. Okay. I found what I needed. One moment, boys.
Yep.
My sincerest apologies.
It's fine. Waiting happens.
How dare you?
How dare I indeed.
Uh-oh. I'm
Oh,
sure you've noticed that I've left.
I see. We are now godless.
Oh no! God's gone riot!
Nope. Don't you dare. I'll kill you both. How dare you?
That's a
Gotcha.
fact.
Yeah, I'm leaving the map. Look at me.
Roll. You better roll strength saves if you want to try this bullshit. Strength saves a disadvantage.
Alright.
Oh
God
no.
throws a chair at you from somewhere.
Oh my god, a chair!
Oh, no.
Oh my god, Cher?
God! And it's God with the steel chair!
No, it was a fucking Boondocks reference.
And his name is John Samos.
I love that so much. There's Stamos everywhere.
Anywhere you look, everywhere you go.
Alright, who cast Banishing
There's a
Smite?
heart.
Who indeed cast Banishing Smite? Who indeed? Also, hi Megan, hope you're doing well. Happy birthday.
Hi, Megan.
Oh, hip birthday.
Happy birthday to you. And I can't say anymore so we don't get sued.
Happy exiting the womb day.
Happy
Is it the
Wombsmas.
lyrics that are the lyrics that are copyright or just the theme, like the rhythm?
I think it's
Just
the
like-
rhythm.
No clue.
I want to say it's the melody of
Happy
it.
birthday to you.
Happy womb eviction day.
We wish you a Merry Wombsmas.
What the fuck?
And a happy birth time.
Yeah, there you go.
As you guys begin to
Happy birthday.
walk through the woods, though, I'll show you what the trees out here. Most of the trees out here look pretty normal, but sometimes you hit areas like this.
I can
this is
show
most-
you the trees.
This is most of what your trip looks like.
I hate that.
Back through this way.
Well, this is disconcerting.
As you
Yeah,
go
I'd
back
say.
through these areas, it's not as calm as it was. You know, it was just some fungus. It was just some some weird like armor. Out here, you can hear like the distant sounds of wolves and weird shambling noises that do not give comfort where you are.
It was only a shroom. How did it end up like this?
How could this happen to me? You find yourselves though like similarly shambling through. With nothing more than just the idea of like you have a general direction to go. And if you don't mind me asking, what are you both like? What's y'all's real plan here? Is like to get through here, just to follow the general direction? Any specific path you want to try and take? Generally speaking, the way that this area is there's these like areas with these like trees full of like corpses and surrounded by bones and whatnot. There are some areas of like what look like proper rivers, like they're small, like like a stream more like, but there is some running water. Speaking of, as you see and more as you hear the water, Fitz, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Wizzy save?
Uh,
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Athriel, roll me one as well. Your Fitz, yours is
boy.
with disadvantage.
Of course.
Yours is standard.
First one's a 15, the other one is a 20.
15 plus what?
15 plus wisdom save 15, so it'd be 17, so it'd be plus, yeah.
Athriel.
I think I might burn my Indomitable and reroll that.
Okay. Wisdom save. Athriel,
That's probably better. Yeah.
you feel drawn to the water. You feel like you need to be in there right now. Fitz,
Yeah.
you feel like you need to drink the water. You're not, it's not like compelling you, but you feel like,
Mhm.
that water looks clean, and it does look clean. It's away from these corpses and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's sort of in its own, like, further off, its own little sort of, not a glade, obviously,
Mhm.
but along it, the trees look fine. There's actually some flowers around it, and there's even, like, fish in the water.
Hmm.
I don't trust this.
Yeah, the one glimmer of hope in this cascade of nightmare. Yeah.
Athriel, you do feel semi-compelled to get in there. With a
Just sort of
15,
like,
your body's like,
walk
I
up
need to
to
get in the
it.
water. Looking down into it, it looks normal to your like, you know, not really untrained, but just to your eye, it looks normal. Just a strange little stream in the middle of nothing.
So who's gonna be the guinea pig here?
I will allow you both to try and, you know, if there is any sort of like thing going on with you, allow you to roll another wisdom to try and break this. Fitz, yours is not compelling you, but you can roll another wisdom if you so desire. Athriel, you probably need to if you would like.
I'll roll one for shits and giggles, sure. That's an 8.
Super low. Okay, you can take the 18
20
here.
Okay, so yeah, that'd be a 20.
Yeah, Athriel, as you come to the edge, your brain is like, I need to just like dive in.
So Fitz touch and drink in the water. Look, man.
I kind of want to fire off like a blood burn at the water.
Blood burn, what's that do?
I inflict. Well, I mean, like I get. Or wait, another creature that I can see within range.
I guess that comes down to if you think the water's a creature.
Is the water a creature?
Athriel's like super dumb right now. He's like, the water! it's a creature. It's under God's protection. It's all a creature.
No, guys, it's fine. Stab the water. It worked well last time.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Oh god, that's the worst fucking... Please, Fitz and anyone that Austin plays plus water is a bad option.
You fool!
Yet here you are.
God damn it, Damien, this is your fault.
I'll try to wisdom save this again, but
God damn it.
I mean, if I fail again,
then you're probably going.
guess I'll.
No, he did it last time. Fuck you. No, it's my turn.
Fitz with a 20, unaffected by this in any way, is like, I have to jump in.
Are you gonna jump in?
You know what? Fuck it. Yes, just throw caution to the wind. I'm dying of thirst. I'm gonna fucking swan dive in.
It's like Athriel is trying his best to like resist the temptation, and here's you, and just.
Fuck. Like, all right. What am I rolling there, bud?
Fitz, in this moment. There's nothing I need you to roll yet. So Athriel, go ahead and roll another wisdom saving throw. This time I'll give you advantage because of what you just saw.
Oh.
The sheer, like, you thought this man had enough brain cells in him. Like, no, the fucking exhaustion is just getting to me.
With a 19, by the way, it doesn't affect you. So he rolled a 20 and did it willingly. I'm just informing everyone at home. This is all on Ian. He can't take it back. He said it. He's doing it.
Yep. No, it's fine.
Athriel, you sort of like about to like jump it, and then you stop and you're like, wait a minute. And as you look down, your reflection's wrong. As you look down, it's not like fully incorrect, but as you look down through it, you almost see like your own skeleton in your reflection.
That's really spooky.
Like looking back up at you, and as you like pull back, you know, not to fully jump in, you watch it not pull back at all. In fact, like comes forward a little bit, and you watch it like in this like sort of visualization of yourself cup its hands at the soil outside of the water, and you watch this like there's nothing comes above the water, no hands come out of the water, but you actually watch scoops of soil leave the surface in front of your feet and pull like handfuls of soil into their mouth, almost as if they're drinking water.
Interesting.
In that same moment, Fitz splooshes right into it.
The water's fine.
I've got to roll a few things because the water is super not fine.
Oh my god,
Okay, what's the check going at here?
I immensely regret this, but you know what? It's fine.
Fitz, first off, roll a strength saving throw with disadvantage.
Of course. Strength save, that is a +2, so... so that's a 4, I'm not getting any lower than that. And then that's a 20, so yeah, so that'd be a 6.
Okay, it rolled a 10, so not much better, but that beats you. Fitz, you feel... So as Fitz comes up to the surface and goes, the water's fine. Firstly, Fitz, it tastes bitter. It tastes more than just bitter. It tastes poisonous. And you feel your skin begin to burn. Athriel, you watch as he goes, oh fuck. He is grabbed by the ankle and yanked down by something invisible.
Do I have a chance and vision to perhaps cast Vortex Warp on Fitz? To like pull him out?
This is all split second.
Shit.
This is all like, oh, this all happens in like the same 5-second period at best. Essentially, if we were in turn order, it's Fitz's turn, this thing's turn, then your turn.
Ooh,
And I need to roll some damage. Fitz, you take 4, 8, 5. You take 13 necrotic damage.
Is he? Whenever it comes around to my turn, is he still within like 90 feet of me?
In this moment, you don't see him anymore.
Ah, shh.
The moment he goes below the surface, you see a different reflection. Essentially, where he was beneath the surface, looking up, and you see an emerald eye. I will say, instead of seeing his body like go full skeletal under the water, his reflection is a perfect emerald sheen, like doppelganger of Fitz, that's pointing like below, really like frantically, and then it disappears with him.
What did you say it was? 17?
It was 13.
13. Okay. So that reduces my max HP
by 13. Yeah.
By 13. Okay. Yeah, it's what I was thinking there. Okay.
All right.
1 sec, by the way.
Well. Would drinking sparkling water allow me to raid?
Hey, Fitz, I will say you do go into a full rage right now, and it doesn't seem to do anything.
Oh, lovely. Cool. Yeah.
Like, you go into a rage, and you, like, kick against it, and it's just like, you're in way deeper water than you thought you were.
Yeah.
Does it? Wait,
go ahead.
Wait, does it seem like there's more than one of these things in there, or...?
It seems like the water itself may not be a creature, but there's something about the water that's doing this. It's rather not that there are things in there, but more so that the water itself is maybe the thing doing this. Fitz. I will say this is sort of like the most like thalassophobia horror that I could really think of in this moment, but it is really what you see. The water pulls you down deeper than you've ever been. Hundreds of feet, it feels like. You're moving at like full speed, like to the point that like around your hands, bubbles are like cavitating and popping and like boiling.
Yeah, yeah.
Faster than a ship has ever gone with you on it. You feel almost like your arms are going to dislocate just from how like the friction that pulls at you. And then you are let go of. And looking around in every direction, it's just infinite dark abyss.
So, I don't need to breathe.
That's true.
So, Athriel is gonna grab one of his daggers, stick it between his teeth, and he's gonna Misty Step down into the water and swim after Fitz.
Do you have... I have a question. Do you have a resistance to necrotic damage?
Unfortunately, no, I do not.
Can you go ahead and roll a strength saving throw with disadvantage, DC 16?
Alright, DC 16.
With disadvantage, so it's a 15.
I'm in danger.
I will add a knowledge from a past life.
Where does that even come to play here? I'm very curious.
It's something I can...
I need you to justify knowledge from a past life in this specific moment.
Hey man, Athriel was a fighter. I'm sure that he's gotten dragged into the water before. So experience can tell him what not to do and what to do in order to break loose of whatever is dragging you underwater.
That's fair. You'll take half damage as you feel the water claw at you, but much less effectively than it seems to wish.
So that's a 17.
Yeah, that's immediately like that. That beats it. You take 10 necrotic damage.
All right. Can I try to stab the water?
I'll say that you can try and stab the water if you like.
Oh wait, even better idea. Can I magic missile the water?
You can certainly try. You can go ahead and go ahead and cast that.
All right. I magic missile the water that's trying to grapple me.
It's like an attack roll.
No, it can't miss. It just does damage.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you watch a magic missile fly out into the water, And
3.
so 10 damage.
Yeah.
You watch it fly out into the water, and there's no vision for you down here. You watch
Right.
as it leaves, like, within 5 feet of you, and then you don't see your magic missile anymore. If it hits something, you have no clue. You just
Alright,
hear
well,
the sort of murky, like, gurgles, and then...
I'm just gonna keep swimming after Fitz.
Fitz.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me another strength. So in this moment, you're not, there's like no bottom of the water that you can see.
Yeah.
There's also nothing you can really see.
Right.
In this moment, what does Fitz try to do?
At this point, because the rage isn't working, grasping at straws here.
I mean, like, if he's raged, that would mean he has advantage on his strength saving throw,
Yeah,
right?
he will. He'll get, I'm actually was going to say that
Yeah.
he's not going to roll disadvantage on these anymore.
Yeah.
Alright.
You don't feel grappled, I'll say, but you do feel like the water is sort of holding you where you are. Or actually, more like Fitz, you feel it's weirder than that. You don't see anything around you, but you also feel like your feet are suddenly dry.
I don't suppose there's a way I can do speak with animal to try and see if I know it's dumb as fuck. One, I'm underwater, yes, but like
you don't cast anything. A turtle like is sort of swimming by, and as you go like speak with animals, it's like you're fucked, dude, and just keep swimming.
Just flip off the turtle and just
just a full. Well, life goes on, I guess.
If we mean to know, like I'm having turtle soup. That's the first thing.
Oh, the music turned off.
Yeah, music died.
I'm so sorry. I've heard like the background noise of like your stuff, of your like ambiance in your own room Fits the fan noise. And
Yeah.
it's like, I fully didn't even register. It's all just white noise for me after a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go ahead and grab something for you. This seems pretty apt for the moment. One sec.
Something
Doesn't show me.
so that doesn't do fuck all.
That is not apt at all. What is wrong with me? Okie doke. Ooh, the uneasy forest. God damn it. Sorry. I don't mean to curse.
You're good. You're good.
Oh gosh, I shouldn't have cursed. I'm in trouble.
I'm just figuring out what to do. What do?
And again, there is a feeling of dryness that is moving up your legs now.
Don't like that. For whatever reason, I don't like that.
Athriel,
Yes.
as you swim lower, you actually also, you don't feel like dryness, but as you swim toward like, the bottom where you imagine Fitz is being pulled to, you don't really see an approaching bottom. It just feels like you're moving, but not much of anywhere. After about the first 30 feet, everything looks the same. It's just deep water in all directions.
I'd like to try something.
Okay.
I'd like to pull out the tree bark.
All right. What are you planning to do with it, is my question.
I'm curious to see how it might react with the water. Because it seemed to have some interesting properties. And it could interact interestingly with this water, since this water is obviously fucking cursed or something.
Fair enough. One moment. I think BMO should be playing something now.
Yeah, there it is.
So, Athriel.
Yes.
You pull the bark out, and immediately it begins to, like, fizzle in the water. Almost like the water is, like, trying to eat away at it.
Right.
But you notice something stranger that happens. It begins to try and eat away at it, and then you roll me an Arcana check. So I can, like, help describe what this would even look like for you.
I'm not a smart man.
Athriel, you watch the bark sort of disappear in your hands. It looks like a window, as it like there's no longer bark really sitting there. You're holding the sides of it still, but looking through, you see the outer edge of a tree.
I see
It
the
looks
outer
like
edge of a tree.
it almost looks like a window opened in a tree as you do that. It's not the tree you pulled it off of. It's like the magics are reacting to some degree. Almost like a portal.
I sort of like move it around and see if it changes.
The view that you see through it stays the same. You actually watch the edges begin getting smaller, like the tree bark might actually be being transported here to some degree.
Okay, that's really interesting. How can I use this? Can I try and reach my hand through the small portal?
Yeah, your hand fits right through it. Like I said, it's the size of about like a piece of journal paper, so like if you look at my camera now, it's like a piece of this.
Right. Oh, okay. Is there anything I can grab at on the other side?
You feel branches, you feel vines, and whenever you really push at the edges, it does begin to break the bark, but it does feel like you are spreading the portal to some degree. It feels like it's trying to transport it somewhere, the bark itself, or perhaps like stuff that goes into this water transports itself somewhere. I'll actually say with the 12 Arcana and a bit of common sense, Athriel,
Yes.
you've seen a place already where perhaps something would have transported out of the water into a tree. They're right in front of both of you right now, the trees that you passed by, with people grown into them. They perhaps didn't start that way.
Oh, shit.
Fitz.
Can't see Fitz.
What you can see is Fitz's boots, tangled in roots in the tree across from the view that you have. Fitz, you feel your body you feel your legs being held tightly by something. You are in a rage, though. You can try and get out of this and try to swim out.
I would very much like to attempt to try to get out of that.
Also, can you roll me a survival check?
Sure, let me get back to my thing, because I was looking at my spells and cantrips and shit. What was the roll?
On the other side seem like they're still moving.
It looks like they are trapped in such a way that, but like the way that they are growing, they're perfectly still. They look like they could still move if the rest of him was like on either side of this. But it looks like if his body were to fully like be where they are moving to, he would die. Like there's sharp branches the whole way up behind it. There's like bark and vines that would supposedly hold him.
Because if I could get this portal big enough that I could step through,
you could potentially pull through the rest of the way. Yeah.
What's my roll again?
And maybe I could pull him out of that.
You're gonna roll survival first, Fitz.
Survival for okay. So survival's down.
Just roll that standard.
Okay. And that was with advantage, or?
That was standard.
Oh, standard. Okay. So it's 4, so an 8.
So with an 8, Fitz, you go into your rage, and as you do, you're sort of like as you go into a rage, you don't really have as much control for a few moments.
Mm-hmm.
As you jump into it, you like sort of your body's like instinctively trying to roar, and all of your air goes out in bubbles right out of your mouth.
Fuck.
You'll have probably three turns before you start to pass out.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to start like opening this portal up large enough I can step through.
Roll me either you can roll Arcana to try and make it bigger through magic. You can roll Strength or Dex to try and get it to move through your physical means.
I can go ahead and use some athletics to use my physical strength on this.
Oh wait, Athriel.
Yes.
Do you know Misty Step?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You could just go straight through it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed a step through this sumbitch.
Fitz.
Yeah.
As you begin to like struggle against the fact that you are running out of air, you watch high above a red blip in the water,
Mm-hmm.
and then a couple of seconds later, I say a couple seconds, like for our equivalent, it would be minutes, but for the sake of comedic effect, a You watch a little piece of bark coming down below, flip over like a window, and then just it is destroyed.
All right. So where am I?
In terms of like physical space, you are surrounded by these decaying trees full of corpses, and in front of you there is this area. And again, it looks like if Fitz's body was fully here right now, he'd probably die.
Okay.
The area that it's trying to put him in is sort of like this. It's sort of like this, where his body would be like crunched up and full of sharp objects.
Okay, stored out, I'm gonna start swinging at this spot. I'm gonna cut the wooden branches away.
Fitz, go ahead and roll me, first, actually, Fitz, you feel something at your legs.
That's not, like, instinctively, I want to kick it, but, like, if it's, like, something else...
You don't know what it is. You can roll an insight.
Sure, I'll roll an insight.
Yeah, roll an insight.
Alright, 13, so... 17?
Athriel.
Yes.
1 sec. Let me see what I would have you roll to be seen in this moment, to be, like, known. Because he can't hear you or tell that you are there. Roll a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I'm rolling a persuasion check?
Yeah, in this moment, it's really just a moment of, like, Fitz's insight versus your ability to let him know it's you and not just something grabbing at him. You're not aware that he doesn't realize, but it doesn't matter.
Holy shit.
Fitz, you are 100% aware that this is Athriel, based on the gentle, freezing cold hands.
Okay, that's... Oof.
And the sword that somehow eloquently goes behind your ankles as it cuts, and doesn't hurt you at all.
Okay.
Your legs are quickly freed. Athriel?
Yes.
Fitz is, like, it's almost like a spectral form of his body, has his, like, legs still there, but, it looks really weird considering that the upper half past his, like, knees is fully invisible.
Alright. So I'd like to still clear away some of the sharp thorns that would be where his, like, torso and, like, head are.
Yeah.
Should I make some attacks?
Yes, you'll want to go ahead and make attacks. These are going to be DC 20 because you're essentially attacking a tree.
Alright, so there's going to be 3 attacks.
Holy fuck, there's no chance of you missing these. Okay, you missed that one. Okay, yeah. You hit twice for 31 damage. Yeah, you absolutely remove, like, a ton of the thorns. There's still, like, quite a few in some areas that would be pretty bad for him, like a few where his neck and his head are going to be.
Okay.
I will say, by the way, I need to roll something for essentially, the lake. Or, in this case, the pond. Here, actually. I'm just going to give them, like, dual disadvantage.
That's not what I wanted.
Sorry. Let me go ahead and get this up for my camera.
Thank God I can cancel actions.
Allow me to...
Oh, lovely.
My beautiful box of doom.
Lovely. It's beautiful.
These are going to be a... So, it is going to be a 7 and a 13, so they're going to use their 13. That's plus what? 1 second. Let me see my things. 1 second.
Oh, wait, hold on. I have an action surge.
Yeah, you can action search.
Alright, I'll action surge and attack 3 more times.
Go for it.
Nice.
That hits
Alright,
hard.
There's a nat 20. That one doesn't hit.
Nope.
And 1 more.
That's 20s.
Alright. Get him.
Athriel, really the biggest threat for him now is the water. Athriel, how do you want to describe to me how you just eviscerate the area that was going to hold Fitz's body?
Oh, just like in a perfect rectangle, just you.
I'll say that honestly, like, yeah, perfect rectangle, slicing it out, making basically like the whole tree into one big ass chair.
Yeah.
It's like perfectly scooped to like hold his body when he shows up. I'll say honestly, like the rest of the tree above it just sort of and all that's left is like a chair of wood. Fitz.
Yep.
I'm gonna need you to roll a your strength save with advantage.
Okay.
And it's going to need to be a DC 15 in this moment.
Okay.
Or take half damage. Ooh.
Ooh, good. Advantage, that's roll 2 and then which of the higher?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said it was, what was it?
Strength save.
Strength save.
Your strength is pretty good.
Strength save, so that's a +2, so.
Yeah, for you, strength is pretty okay.
Alright, that's a 5, and then the other thing is going to be 16.
Yeah,
18.
you fucking beat the shit out of it. I'll roll damage real quick. They are going to do, in this case, you are far below whatever was doing necrotic damage. You just take 12 damage flat.
Cool. So it's 12.
You actually, what you're taking damage from in this moment, Fitz,
Mhm.
is as you're like fighting away the stuff, you do feel something try and grab at you. You hit it away with ease, but then you go to try and take a breath.
Yeah, so what's basically hurting me is just the water entering
The drowning.
Yeah, the drowning. Yeah.
Ben didn't drown, Fitz drowned.
Yeah, Fitz drowning, exactly.
The N64 cartridge we never knew we needed.
I know, right? The sequel.
But yeah, you immediately you begin to just and you are beginning to drown. Athriel, you watch Fitz's body. It's not a thing you can really speed up. The transfer through some sort of like this strange spell.
Right.
So Athriel, you can tell he's starting to drown as it's got up. Fitz, for your part, by the way, like it's up to your stomach. Like the upper half of your body is just floating freely here without legs to help you swim.
Hmm.
It's not great.
No.
The worst part is like
Wait.
you begin to feel like you're feeling terribly cold. What's up?
Hate that a lot.
What's up, Athriel?
I do have Vortex Warp, which maybe could let me pull him the rest of the way.
You're welcome to try
I mean,
it.
is he technically within range? You magically twist you magically twist space or another creature can see within range. They must succeed on a con saving throw, or they can choose to fail. Or they're teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within range. Must be a service or a
Athriel,
liquid.
you are not sure how this counts. This is me as DM not really going to give you any free things here.
Right.
It could go either way. As far as you're currently aware, without like trying to like roll anything, just a general like look at this. It's like trying to transport him in this way could go really badly or really fine.
I feel like I'd have to make an Arcana check to really figure this out.
At best, and I'd say this would be. I mean, I'd say roll it flat, like no advantage or disadvantage here. It's really just like a heads or tails situation of figuring it out.
Okay.
Let's see what you have to beat.
That's pretty good.
We're gonna. Oh, I'll actually roll this with. I'm gonna roll this with Ida's stats on a different page. Because that would tell me if you could figure it out. If she can't figure it out, then you sure can't. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I'll do. That'll be my DC for these specific types of check. Let us see what Ida has to say. That'll prove our DC for us.
I mean, how big is her Arcana?
Pretty big.
Alright.
She's pretty good at Arcana. It's weird. It's like she's like the best witch ever, so she's pretty good at Arcana. It's crazy.
Crazy, I know.
Okay. Let's see what she does here with that normal roll. Go ahead and check it out. So let me see what you rolled real quick. I'll say in this case, it's still pretty much a toss-up. It's a question of more like, what would happen to a form that is technically split, but also technically still one piece. I'll say that the way that it seems to you is, he'll probably be okay, which is like the best you can possibly hope for in this moment. Is like he'll
Fitz-
probably survive versus drowning and losing everything.
Fitz literally just died, so...
Yeah, this is the thing.
Alright,
I
Fitz...
tried to make it Athriel. You all saw.
I know. And I had a way out of this too, and I saw it way too late.
You were out of it. You would have been. Everyone would have been fine.
I know. I done this to myself.
Oh
what
my
do you
God.
what do you think, Ian? Do we want to take the risk?
Oh. God. If we do and it goes tits up, then I'm donezo. So
I can roll something here.
I mean, you
And I will
also might
see.
just drown and also be donezo. I mean, I have cure wounds. I don't know how much that's gonna help you.
probably not a whole lot.
Drowning.
If he drowns, he'll be rolling death saves.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, oh, if you okay. I mean, a cure
If-
wounds would take you out of that, but the question is
One
how
sec.
long this is gonna take.
So if Athriel
wait.
does what he does and it fails, then I'm just like,
You'll be pretty badly injured at best if
okay,
it fails.
okay, well,
At worst, we won't talk about it.
okay, oh, well, that's
Children watch this show. We can't possibly talk about it.
it's reassuring. Already made enough bad mistakes today. What's one more? Of course, we'll be reintroducing a new character. I don't want to, but I think. All right, let's do it.
All right.
All right. We are going to quickly roll something in the Box of Doom. Now it's whether if it's in my actual Box of Doom or if we have Ian and Austin roll it. Up to you guys. Do you want DM to roll this for you, or do you want to both roll this? It's going to be essentially a chance roll. Essentially a 50-50 shot. I'm going to roll 2d6s, and that will determine how this goes.
Okay.
Or you both can roll 1d6.
What do you
Do
say,
you want to
Austin?
take it into our own hands, or
I
promise to use the Leviathan dice if it's in my hands. So look at those. I really like how they look.
Oh, those are really pretty. I do like those. I say, yeah, Damien, go for it.
I'll do my best. All right, we'll roll the first. So essentially, what we're wanting to do is either hit something between a 1 and a 3. So that makes it a 50-50 shot.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to subtract one from the other. I'll roll the first. That is a 1. The other is a 2. It's a 1. You're okay.
Okay, cool.
Athriel, you cast Vortex Warp.
yes?
Fitz transports through in an instant. Fitz, I assume you elect to fail the save on this.
Yes, yeah.
Fitz transports through. I'm going to roll a d20 to see if it is bad when he just comes out into an occupied space. Or an unoccupied space. Fitz, go ahead and roll me a strength saving throw. This is your last one.
Okay.
This would be with disadvantage, but you have advantage, so just do it flat.
Flat, okay. Alright, then strength save, that is a +2, so that is what the fuck? 9, so 11.
Yeah, you beat this one. Essentially, you are moving and trying to swim, and then it's almost as if in slow motion. Athriel, you watch his legs in a vortex, and behind you, you hear a sort of like sound of falling, and you sort of come into your own, and in a snap moment, you latch onto a branch before you can fall further and just impale yourself on the ground below. Athriel, you see him above, like a bunch of like fallen trees full of spikes. I rolled a 6 in the box of doom. It had to be bad.
Yeah.
Anyway. Fitz.
Yeah.
You can let go, as if you land on your boots, you'll be safe in this moment. Looking around yourself, not great.
Yeah.
Everything around here is not great.
Mm-hmm.
As you cough up the water that was like deep in your lungs, we'll roll one last D8 of damage, and then we will be out of the, not really combat, but you know.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
You took 5 points of essentially drowning damage.
Okay.
It's like bludgeoning, but for your lungs.
Yes. Bludgeoning, but gentler. Fitz, you don't feel good about what just happened.
No, I feel awful.
You feel cold. Go ahead and roll me a medicine check with just roll it flat, and we'll see if you have hypothermia.
Oh, lovely. A medicine check. Okay, I actually have a +10 to medicine, so.
Ezra, your cure wounds will help him here.
Alright, can I start like clearing out the like spiky trees beneath him?
He's fine. He can just let go.
Yeah.
His boots
he's
are
fine?
thick.
Okay.
Yeah, his boots are like thick with like iron soles. They're set.
Oh, okay.
Medicine, so that's a 13 + 10, 23.
You're fine. You drop down, you cough up the water, and you immediately feel like warm starting at your emerald eye. Which, by the way, Fitz, your inner dialogue, there are like 2 people talking in your inner dialogue, and one of them is freaking out, maybe more than you. It's like, I almost died twice, and then we try and we try and we try and we try and we almost fucking drown. I can breathe again, and then I almost drown. I breathe in the fucking water, and it's just losing his shit.
Can I just like put like some fingers over like the eye just to like, not necessarily as like a means of like pulling it out, but just like, dude, just stop.
As you like, it doesn't disappear. It just goes quieter for you, like it's in the back of your mind. Like
Yeah.
That's essentially what happens. The moment that you
Okay.
try to think off of it, it goes away. You can tell. Again, it's weird having 2 people in your mind.
Oh yeah, no, I imagine how Liam must feel.
Yeah. It's like occasionally you get hit with like a, would you want to play cards?
Oh my god, look, I don't know, maybe.
Do you play Liar's Dice? It's really simple. You get a can, and then you. Alright, how many 5s do you think I have? It's
God.
so fun!
On the off chance, like, in Liam and I's interactions, would you have ever given me, like, a deck of cards or something?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Like if you
absolutely.
want.
Yeah, okay.
I love cards. If I win, it's great, and if I lose, no I didn't.
Somehow Lucky is in Fitz's head too.
Let's just, for shits and giggles,
Like,
just...
hey man, I love cards too. You want to
I
play
love
cards?
cards.
Cards.
Oh my god, like 30 Liams in your head. Cards, I love
Oh,
cards.
okay.
Cards. Did someone
I
say
Nope,
cards?
nope,
Someone
that's...
say cards?
You know what, nope,
Someone
just...
say
Cards.
You know,
I love poker.
I'll leave the one eye, it's just... No, can you
Athriel goes to,
imagine?
help.
Like, that's so fucked.
Alright, I've got my flintlock. Should we kill these men?
Not yet, hold on.
I'm prepared to commit war crimes again.
Yeah, look,
Let's get at it.
so am I, but calm down, buddy. We don't have enough snuff for this.
Fitz and Athriel.
Yeah, I'd like.
As
I'd
you-
like. I was gonna say I'd like to like help him up and just sort of give him like a 3rd level cure wounds.
Yeah, go ahead and roll heals for that.
3d8 plus 3, so that's 14 hit points back.
Nice. Yeah, Fitz, you get 14 hit points. You feel a warm light begin to come off of you as like a red glow comes off of Athriel's hands.
I elect that we forget my immense lapse of judgment.
I'm sorry, what?
No, that was just... That was dumb, and I apologize.
Fitz.
Yeah.
You look around, and I'll say you're the first to notice, because Athriel's more focused on healing you in the moment.
Yeah.
Your environment's different. What I mean is, you're further ahead than you guys were before.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you're in an area you've never seen before.
What else is
More importantly, besides the sharp, like, branches and fallen logs on the sides of the road, notice that I say sides of the road. There's a road here.
There's signs of road. That means we can travel down a path. That means civilization.
There's a road.
Yeah, you actually notice there are some paved stones and some like boards sort of laying out over this like marshy wetland throughout the trees. And yeah, there are some signs actually even. They don't say the name of your homeland or your hometown.
Right.
However, you do see there are notes of like Pine Hollow dead ahead. Essentially like, down the path. And it's, in fact, as you like read that, you notice the sort of decayed deadwood trees do shift for some more like deciduous, like pine trees. And in fact, as they do, the overcast hangs even lower, maybe, as the canopy disappears. And instead, in this like thousands of miles of darkened like woodland, you pass through to a pine forest. What you notice is like the northern side of your country, still well within the dark woods or the lost woods in this case, but far different is what I'll say. Much more different than you were expecting. As it's like now it's pine trees, and you hear like bears distantly, and you can still hear the wolves prowling. In fact, a few of them are close enough that you at one point see the glimmer of yellow eyes. But Fitz, the worst thing I think either of you notice as you're walking along is like as you pass through, it becomes a little bit more civilized. You don't see people yet, but there's a proper road. There's like some bounties on like a pole on like a proper board. You actually see like a few of the bounties are for people you guys know. One of them is like a bounty for Miss Abigail von Raventhorn for crimes against humanity. One of them is an arrest warrant that seems to be getting around very, very quickly for one lucky Liam Hofstetter for gambling without a license.
He points at the one of Liam, and he's just all like, "This man is dressed very strangely."
Oh, if you think he's dressed strangely, have a conversation with him for 5 seconds.
Did you know this man?
Yeah, he was a good buddy. We summoned a dragon together by accident.
One, by the way.
What?
I'll tell you later.
As you go, what, Athriel? You notice something. One of the bounties is kind of hidden a little bit more. Like I say hidden, it's behind like a bunch of people. It's a bounty for a creature. And as you like look it over, it is a bounty for a dark creature that has been like essentially has taken some people at some points. Right. And as you look closely at it, you recognize it pretty much as quickly as Fitz recognizes it. It's a bounty for a watcher. You see, essentially what's written is we've seen the silhouette of one of these creatures. Took my dear young Mirabelle. Don't know where it's gone. Don't know where she is. I know it's out there. I've seen it, and it sort of like draws off. You see, like maybe like a sheriff has like pasted over that part at the bottom of the bounty with just a 3,000 gold bounty for the creature what took young Mirabelle.
I take the page.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh hey, chat's kind of saying some stuff real quick.
What up?
Rivali asks if there's any shit for them.
What do you mean if there's any shit for them? Oh,
like
I
on the
see.
board.
Oh, a bounty?
Let me roll something. Let's see if Rivali's made enough of a name to see.
Yeah.
So
then...
this is a DC 15. Rivali has a plus to this score. Let me go ahead and check real quick.
Yeah. And then Jarf asks, okay, for real, what % of the party has committed war crimes or broken the Geneva Convention? Abby by technicality, because Abigail. Rune
To be
maybe.
fair, Rune is the
Probably
next
a
worst one.
large-
Yeah.
Probably a large portion.
Yeah.
Rivali, you have a +6 to your strength score. That makes this a 17. Yeah, Rivali, you absolutely have a poster hidden among them all. It's what would it even be? Wanted for crimes. What would it even be in this case? Wanted for thieving, smuggling, stealing, and all around shenaniganery. There's a little poster that says Rivali, insert expletive here, Cinnabar.
Rivali Alvenora Shinovar.
Yeah, I just looked at that and think to myself, how you've made a name for yourself once again, old friend.
But nobody around here that you would notice besides, you do see some of Cornwall's crew is named on here, but that makes some sense. Cornwall uses airships mostly.
Yeah.
He's a pirate of the land mostly.
Yeah, par for the course for him.
So a bandit?
Well, I say pirate of the land in the case of he uses airships instead of sea ships. So he's still a pirate.
Yeah.
He uses a ship. Tit.
Oh dear, they're criminal shenanigans.
But Fitz.
Yeah.
As you guys pass by here, and as you keep that note of the Watcher what took young Mirabelle, you notice there is far ahead down the road, which twists and winds and actually goes downhill for a bit, through the essentially the specter of the clouds ahead. You see smoke wafting up from what looks like a very small village very far out.
Oh. Signs of life, social activity. No. You do imagine? I mean, look, man, 5 months alone with this guy.
I'm sorry, I thought I was quite the conversationalist.
I understand, but if once it's just two guys,
Hey,
two guys walking in the woods.
Hey, don't worry. The way it's not gay.
That's not my concern.
You were lonely. It's fine.
It's not my concern here, Damien.
It was just for warmth.
I don't have any warmth.
Yeah, he actually made you colder. There was one night where it's I'm freezing to death. I need to cuddle him, and then you froze more.
Yeah, no, it's at that point, it's just no, this is just immensely just worse.
Yes, I agree. Let's stop doing this.
It's between an ice cube and an ice chest, it's God damn it.
I will say, you notice the corpses of creatures that you guys would probably recognize are strung up at some points. Essentially they've been attacking the city.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are not quite watchers. There are other creatures besides those that go around.
Yeah.
There's some weird things that look like they crawl on all fours. That just have a perfect sphere of obsidian as a body. You see them marked as obsidian roundels and things like that, just shadowy creatures.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are just strung up though. There is one that's a watcher that's been fully drawn and quartered.
Oh.
It hangs in pieces from different spotlights or different lampposts.
Damn, this ain't a town to mess with.
At one point though, as you guys get ahead, you finally see the first watchtower before Pine Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's here that you finally see a person. A much older man than either of you. In fact, Athriel, you notice older than you. Than you should be at least. Is this drow man who hobbles over to the edge, clearly on one leg, maybe maybe less than one leg, maybe half a leg.
1.5.
2 full pegs. He's on maybe 2 full pegs. You can't see his bottom half, but he comes over. One of his arms is half withered away, and he points down a crossbow. What brings you out to these darkened woodlands? No, you're not the way home.
I don't. We've been lost in the woods for months. Suddenly just appearing during our travels.
Lost for so long in the inhospitable. As he says that, you hear a howl distantly. Right, well, you should get ahead. Get toward the city. Go on. The mayoress should, or the mayor. I haven't been to the city in months myself. Whoever still finds themselves keeping the place, they'll help you. Just get out of here before anything should show up.
Thank you, sir.
Just move on.
Oh, we just make haste.
And as you like make haste, you get like further down the path. You hear like a exploding bolt go off. The sound of like a whimper from something that sounds mostly like a wolf, but not quite right.
Mm-hmm. Kind of just like a demented sort of.
And then as you guys begin to just continue to sprint, I'll let you actually both roll me dexterity saving throws with advantage.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh fuck! That just flew out. Okay, no, try that again.
With my mighty +0.
Athriel.
All right, so
18.
yeah, that first one was a 10, so 18. Wait, no, 10. Dexterity save or? What was the roll?
Dexterity save.
Okay, that's what I thought. So 10, so that would have been a 17 on that one. This one's a 16, so 16. 23.
Fitz, you make it ahead of Athriel far in advance. You're like half a mile ahead of Athriel, but almost before their feet start moving.
Mm-hmm.
Athriel, you are quick to get moving, but you do hear like a weird trot behind you. And the smell of burning flesh. Something dark is following along. Probably closer than you would like. With a... Let me roll this again to see if the DC... Maybe they trip. They rolled a nat 1.
Oof.
Athriel, you feel its claws, something that you don't dare turn around to, like, check out. Reach forward, and one, like, sickly, like hooked clawed finger touches the back of your neck, and then you hear the sound of these, like, sort of semi-alive trees move, and up in one of them, you hear arrows begin to go off. Like, right, sir, get into the city! Like... 10 people.
I was gonna say, Athriel might just, like, try to chop off the hand with his sword without even looking.
To be fair, the city is, like, surrounded with rangers who try and keep this place sort of semi-safe. Yeah, you hear, like, 4 or 5 rangers begin to, like, fire off just at this creature. And as you turn back around for a moment, like, as you sprint ahead, with just a single glance, you see, like... It's like a very, very large... it looks like a dire wolf, but where its like legs meet its body, they're just too long. And looking at its face, it has too many eyes, like something masquerading as one. When it howls, it has like a weird chitter to it.
Athriel keeps his sword at the ready from this point on.
Like, as you go in, I'm trying to, like, think if I have any, like, voice mods here that'll mimic it better. But yeah, as you try and, like, begin to run, you hear it. It's not, like, just an, oh, it's, like, a proper,
I've heard worse.
Oh, yeah, obviously. But it's not great.
No, it's...
It's not fun.
It's still a little unsettling.
Fitz, as you, like, you're the first to sprint through the gates.
Dog stubbed his toe. Oh my god.
What happened?
No, Meg was like, the dog stubbed his toe.
It does, in this moment, like, sort of, an arrow goes into its, like, back leg, and it sort of stumbles. And, as another, like, pellet of arrows comes from the other side, it, like, slams into one of the trees, knocking one of them fully down.
Damn!
As you both find your way into Pine Hollow, and the goats, oh my god, the gate slams shut behind you both.
The goats are having a
the
brawl.
The goats slam shut.
The mega goats that defend the city from the evil creatures of the outside.
The great wooded goats of Pine Hollow.
2 men in, like, big, like proper plate armor hold the doors closed, as you hear, for a few moments, you hear rangers like banging on the doors, like, "Right, sir, please go ahead and let us in. It's not quite here yet." And then they are gone. There's like no moment of like struggle. There's just a moment, "Please," and then you hear them stop breathing, and then you hear a body with like a single solid crunch is gone. There's, if you look outside, it's maybe a spatter of blood. And suddenly you are looked down at, both of you, by two people definitely bigger than you, probably at least at level with you both, in full plate mail. One of them is holding like a proper like battle axe. The other one is holding a great mace. "Oh no. What brings you both out this way? Don't you know it's not safe to be coming out in these woods?"
Seeking refuge. We were brought here by strange magics.
Strange magics, huh?
Yes.
Seems everybody's been claiming that.
Strange times, I suppose.
Strange times indeed. But Pine Hollow will welcome you like any other city. To keep behaved, and we'll keep on our guard, and everything goes fine.
Of course.
You have my oath that we shall not bring trouble to this fine city. And Athriel will resheath his sword.
He like looks to there's like a slot in the door where you can like open it to see like, "Hey, welcome in," or whatnot. It seems normally quite locked just because of the dangers of things outside. He like flips down the hatch and pulls it aside, sort of keeping back a little bit. Eeks. Sort of shakes his head. "You've already brought trouble your way. Just trying to bring more." And with that, you see like 15, 20 townspeople have kind of come around and are looking around all sort of scared. A couple of them notice like the rangers aren't coming back, and you see a few like downcast faces. Nobody cries about it though. There's not like a moment to mourn your friends. It's just the ranger's house. You see about 10 minutes later, a sign comes outside and is tapped into the ground that says, "New Rangers Wanted." Assume that some of the refugees at the outpost will be finding their way over here then. Well, you're welcome to go into the city, explore at your leisure, just keep out of places you ain't supposed to be. If you need proper help, you might try talking with the mayor or local sheriff. Keep on your guard. And with that, they both give you a nod and individually go back to these watchtowers on the side of the gate. And you both are left to sort of explore Pine Watch. I can give you y'all's tokens if you want. I just didn't think they were super necessary in this moment. If you prefer them for like showing where you're exploring.
Sure.
One moment. Yes, Athriel.
Well, I was just like, I'm not sure where exactly we're...
1 second. Sorry.
Sure we... Oh no, let me in! Oh, tiny.
Jesus. Yeah.
Well, it's a bigger place than it's showing. There you go. Now you're both together.
Cool.
I made you each about the size of a doorway.
Cool.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Does
Awesome.
there seem to be any kind of like an alchemy shop around?
There may be. You know that there's a little like from just coming in, it's much better lit here. Up above, there's no canopy blocking out light, so instead it's just like the sun is blotted out by some sort of magic, more like covered in that overcast. But you can see like you're in a like it looks like it's about to rain at all times here. But yeah, looking ahead, you can see there's actually like a farmer's market style thing, like a little market around a fire. That's the closest thing you can see that would be like maybe have weird goods. But if you're looking for just like alchemy supplies,
I'm
there may
looking
be
for
one
an alchemist.
there may be an alchemist in like the main town. Like if you go through here, this is where like all the big shops are. You could try out there. There's also a tavern who may give you better information. Also, Ian, I'm not sure how long you are able to run for, so I just want to make sure that we're not going past any times.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
We can keep going for a little longer.
I hope this is semi-fun for you guys, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, and yeah, after I nearly fucking biffed it again.
Of your own volition.
Of my own volition. Look, man.
I miss my bark. It was necessary.
The essence of dipping shits has to live on.
But you missed your what, Austin?
I miss my bark. But it was necessary for our survival.
It was a worthy
A
sacrifice.
real one.
I'll get you another bark.
That was a special bark.
I'm sorry.
A very small dog runs past and just goes... just disappears. Your bark!
It's a new song.
Would where exactly would be like the mayor's place? Would it be like this here?
Yeah, more than likely it'd be something like... If that's not a tavern, it's the mayor's quarters, as far as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Or like an inn. As far as like you being just an adventurer who's not really been to new towns in a pretty long while,
Mm-hmm.
the way that it seems to you is like that's either a proper inn or where the mayor would be. If not there, then like this longhouse might be the mayor's place, or perhaps this one even.
I suppose we should try and search for some sort of lodging, better than a camp in cursed woods.
Agreed. Be nice to sleep on a
I
real
will
bed
say,
for
by the way,
once.
to add something for you both, Athriel, you may not need it, but you do still get pleasure from at least eating and drinking. There is fresh water for both of you right here at this well.
You know,
like you can, it's almost that like you can almost hear it sparkling, just how like this beautiful water.
I got a little minor PTSD to sparkling water, so.
Fitz is minor PTSD, just like.
All right, I'll get you some.
I mean, I was going there.
Look at it.
I mean, I was going there, but I was just like, man,
Athriel,
Look, man,
you grab some water from within. Your reflection looks normal here. Not just that, but you actually get a brief glance at some of like the weirder wildlife out here. As you see, there's like a few little like snails that crawl along the outside of the stones. Their trail is fully bioluminescent, and you actually see as you like reach over them, their shell sort of like crackles and moves a little bit, as if it like maybe they can do more than just be like how they are right now.
Athriel is intensely intrigued by this, and he's gonna start, after he gathers some water, he's gonna start sketching the snails.
Beautiful. Yeah, you gather some water. Fitz, you are welcome to explore at y'all's leisure. And also, if you would like, we could take a break here. It's for like restroom and grab snacks or drinks if you need to.
Yeah, great. I'm gonna head on over. I said this was like a tavern or a.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna walk on over here, and that's where I'll take my break.
I'm gonna take. I mean, like genuinely, for all of us, we can also take a bit of a break and restroom. Anything we need to do.
Yeah, I am going to.
Making sure that you knew, because the way you said it was like, "That's where I'll take my break." Like, bitch.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, I am going to go to the restroom, and then I'll be back. And,
Fantastic. I too will be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
And.
Alright, fuckers, don't go anywhere.
Probably.
Alright.
I've become Snitz, goddammit, Jarv. I fucking saw that, Damien. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. I have returned. How is everybody enjoying the show? I hope you're all doing well. Enjoying my downfall. Get that one more time. Trying to what I planned for this week. So tonight was a toss-up between D&D and Fall Guys, and obviously this took the cake, and plus Fall Guys is now a game that I cannot play due to the new strike going on the video game industry, or SAG-AFTRA going against the video game industry. So a lot of games I'm not going to play, or at least from some companies. I think there's a whole Google Doc that came out. It came out of like certain games and publishers that it would be considered crossing the picket line if you played them. And Fall Guys was unfortunately not part of that list because Epic is trash, I guess. So probably won't be seeing Fall Guys for a long time. I need to double check that list. Let me see, actually, because I know I had liked that tweet. Let me see if I can find it again. But for everybody just tuning in, welcome. You missed me absolutely biffing it of my own accord, except my character's not dead. I nearly did. It's been stressful, but you know. Also, speaking on the strikes, fucking congratulations to the writers for, like, getting a fair deal. Like, finally. Hell yes. Now, where the fuck... What am I looking for? Where is it? I thought I liked it. What the hell? Oh no, I didn't like it. I retweeted it, I think. What the hell? I thought I did. What? Am I losing my mind? I seem to be, yes. Holy crap.
What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm trying to find a spreadsheet that came out of games you can't really play, or at least, like, that would be considered crossing the picket line to stream, since SAG-AFTRA is now authorized to strike against, like, the video game industry.
D&D's not one of those, is it?
No, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, that kind of puts a whole damper on this whole thing.
I know.
I would be extremely upset about that. I don't know where the fuck it is, because I thought I had liked it, but I guess I didn't.
Alright, I have Ritz Cheese Crispers.
Lovely.
Hello?
Hello. Salut. Sing bien Hajduk. Cheaper
How could I make a man out of you?
Oh no.
How dare you?
Yes,
I'm gonna be a man.
to approve a strike authorization on the interactive media agreement ahead of a return to negotiation.
So, if we're like properly back into it.
What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to try something as Athriel.
Okay.
Fitz, are we back to streaming?
Yeah.
What's up, Athriel?
I want to try and take out a little bit of this sap and put some in front of one of these interesting snails.
Ooh. Hey, roll me a nature check or an animal handling check. Either one will be just flat.
All right. I think they are the same.
Really, your choice for flavor.
I will do nature since it is intelligence based. Oh,
With a nat 1,
Damn.
oh no.
Athriel,
Yeah.
you go to offer this sap to one of these snails,
Yeah.
and you watch as first you move too quickly. Firstly,
Oh no.
it's just like, and not just that. This stuff is like you saw how highly flammable it was, thanks to Salura.
Yeah.
You watch as you like go to pass it to them. The actual snail is like immediately startled, and as you saw, its shell kind of ripples.
God.
It turns to you, and its shell opens up. The sap
Oh no.
sets ablaze in your hand, and you're gonna take. Do you have a resistance to fire damage?
No, I don't.
Okay. You're gonna go ahead and take 15 fire damage.
My God.
As you go to hold it out, and you watch immediately, this snail's shell's just, and it's just, as you, Fitz, from your end, it's very distant, but you just hear a, and then, a flame.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Do I still have like a little bit of like not even maybe like much of like snits in me, but can I feel like a little bit of, because it was so damn long ago, but
No.
Your snit senses are tingling.
oh no,
A snail friend is in trouble.
there's a snail in trouble somewhere.
Does the snail explode?
One sec. That is actually something I need to check for.
Like it just
It rolls
explodes.
a 4. It doesn't explode. It has like a full-on it essentially does that thing where like some beetles can spit like boiling stuff. It sort of like spits all its guts up and dies.
Oh no.
It sets your hand on fire,
Ow.
and you watch this specific. There's like 20 more over here, but this one just goes, and it's just dead. Your hand is on fire, dude.
Athriel just kind of looks at it. Just like pulls up, very calmly pulls up some more water, and just.
It's the slowness that gave you all the damage. It didn't start with all that damage. You just went.
Just gonna say, it just like explodes like a Michael Bay explosion.
Yes.
Like
Very small Michael Bay explosion.
Just-
Interesting.
A very tiny mushroom cloud plumed off his hand.
Oh no.
Athriel notes this down.
Yeah, it seems like you scared it more than anything.
Congratulations.
But you are curious if something so flammable can be edible. Fitz.
Yeah.
The door here is, I mean, the door seems unlocked. You can hear the lively sounds of an active tavern.
Yeah, I decided to go in.
Going in immediately, you are wrapped up in the sounds of, and actually, we're in a village. This dark music doesn't fit anymore. Sure, the vibe here isn't great, but still. Hold on a second.
Oh, I can't play Breath of the Wild. That's trash. Can't play Borderlands. Damn it, that was one of my.
I know.
Fuck, I'm going through the whole here. I'll pop this in and I'll just go ahead and pop this in general, anyways. Like.
Here we go. Let's see how this sounds.
Games to not play. Oh, hey, wait a damn minute. I fucked up my I fucked up your camera. My bad, bro. There you go. You're better.
Okay, this one works. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and get y'all some music going.
Okay.
That's a spreadsheet.
That is a spreadsheet. It's of all the SAG-AFTRA banned games that I can't stream.
Oh.
So it's time for us to go back to stuff like fucking Dwarf Fortress and all that bullshit.
No! God damn it! I have to cancel Sims now. Fuck.
What if you mod it heavily and just go, this is expressly for SAG-AFTRA.
I really don't want to be anywhere near crossing the picket line here, dude. I support like everybody getting fair rights. So I have to replan my Saturdays now. Fuck.
You could try House Flipper with Megan and Hayden. I don't know. Try to help.
Fair. I know. This is truly a still moment of shit.
Shit.
Which was not much. We're getting back in when I'm going over like the list of SAG-AFTRA banned games that I can't stream, otherwise I'm crossing the picket line, and I don't want to do that.
We are back in, and as of right now,
We are sorry.
Fitz.
Yeah.
No, you're good. I'm informing, so
Okay.
that you are aware to help. You step in, and you get hit with the sounds of like a soft flute from a bard in the side corner. A lot of the people in here, by the way, look like they also kind of just got here through means that were not like intentional.
Uh-huh.
You actually see in the far corner an old man is sitting down with he has like a young boy next to him. Clearly looks like maybe his grandson.
Mhm.
And he looks like really broke up about it. It's just like, no, it's all right. I promise we'll get back to your mother. It's all right. I don't know what happened. And you actually can hear sort of some of the conversation as they're like talking to one of the members of the like law enforcement here, and it's just like, wait, now what happened? Well, it was the craziest thing. We were just walking over the town square, and the circle lit up, and we were here, or out there. Probably another problem with the Feywild.
Mhm.
While a few others are like, our airship crashed out of the sky. What the fuck happened? It's just none of it sounds great.
Right.
But near it all, you actually see one person who's not sitting down with anybody.
Mhm.
He's this taller man with like this big like paunch of a gut. Every part of his body, it sort of like bows, and then it just perfectly tapers down to his feet. He stands like this, holding his suspenders, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Very much like a Teddy Roosevelt character.
Yeah.
And he like fully tips back the rest of a huge pint of ale, wearing this like nice pleated brown suit and pulling out a pocket watch. All right, now I do appreciate your company, but we will have to adieu for today. Thank you, young man. And he like tips his he doesn't really wear a hat. He does that thing where you go to tip a hat, but it's just like slicked hair,
Yeah.
perfectly parted, very 1800s.
Hmm.
And he nods to the woman behind the counter and turns to head out. Getting a beat on this guy, he actually is wearing the sheriff's badge.
Ah, I see. Okay.
And he like stands up tall and goes to like leave the building.
Yeah.
You're
yeah,
welcome to accost him if you like.
I just kind of like I just step out of the way as I just like I'm just after you, sir.
He looks down to you and goes, "Well, good sir, I do not believe we've met."
No, we have not. I've just arrived here. The name's Gregathed.
My word, you wouldn't happen to be that young boy from the Orwell, was it? You know, you come down from Drellsburg.
Yeah. How
I
did?
reckon I knew your mama.
Well, that makes one of us.
Well, my word. Yes, I believe Danielle Fitzgerald. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yep. Just
He gives you a little nod and is like, "Well, now, you got a face that I would never forget. You wouldn't happen to be, you used to be the grave digger."
yeah. It's been so long since those days.
Last time I saw that city, you was getting all sorts of celebrated for something with bodies, I don't know.
Yeah, it became.
I was right busy trying to get things figured out myself. Looks like you done good for yourself.
I've been making the attempt. I've been doing my best.
Well, I would reckon, if you like, and he like motions out of the door, if you should need to, I imagine you're a fresh newcomer here.
Of course, yes.
If you should need to speak or perhaps have some assistance or some guidance out here, my wife and myself will be happy to provide. We stay at that little long house up down yonder, and he points just way on down the city, to this house actually.
Ah, okay.
My wife and myself stay there when we're not over on the farm.
Understood. Well, if I should ever seek guidance, I'll definitely reach out.
Well, if you should need Mayoress Donna Dupree, then you will know where to go.
Of course, thank you, sir.
And yeah, these guys are they are podunk. And 1 second.
Yeah.
I am just putting down the names for you boys.
Okay. Yeah, definitely before you had to, like, excuse me, sir, like, before you had, like, what is your name?
Oh, Adolphus.
Adolphus.
A lot of people just call me Sarge, or a few people call me Mr. Dupree if you wish to.
Alrighty.
And yeah, he is Adolphus Dole Dupree, and his wife is going to be Ms. 1 second. I am truly so sorry for the people you're going to have to put up with.
Oh yeah, with a name like Adolphus, I can only imagine.
And here we go.
No, he wouldn't happen to have a long distance
There you go.
uncle.
Who would that be?
No, I wasn't actually like talking to him, but like.
No, I'm...
Oh, I actually spelled Dole right.
Mhm.
But I didn't spell Dupree right.
Dupree.
That's, it's the French spelling.
Dupree.
Dupree.
Okay. Dupree.
Mayoress Jubilee Dole Dupree.
Ah.
The who?
And yeah, the Mayoress and Sheriff Adolphus. Sheriff Dupree.
Lovely.
Some people just call me Dole. Or Dole.
Oh.
For some reason, Adolf doesn't seem like a good name.
I heard like maybe one name far out, but I don't think anything went well with him.
Sounds like it's a good thing. Anyhow, you have a lovely evening. And he like pats your head, and then as like a waitress passes, he just like pulls, like she's passing with like buns and whatnot that like to hand out.
Mm-hmm.
He just pulls like a full like buttered like cinnamon bun. They're like these proper like rolls, and just passes one to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the house, man. And he just hands it straight to you. He's just like, you have a good day for yourself. And
all right.
Leaves.
You as well.
I will say, Athriel,
Yeah.
the largest, most podunk man you've ever seen just starts to walk down, like, past you. He's got that... You know the guy who plays, if you've watched the, like, first Harry Potter movie, the guy who plays, like, Vernon? Like, the mean uncle?
Okay.
It looks like him. It's
Oh
the
my
closest thing I
God.
can say. He's got his hair parted, he's got this big mustache, he's wearing this nice brown suit with, like, big suspenders and a bow tie.
Athriel does not have any idea of what this podunk means. He
looks
doesn't
like...
understand this style. No, I mean like he doesn't understand this style.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make any sense to him.
I'm trying to think of the clearest approximation Athriel might make. Go ahead and roll me a history check with disadvantage.
All right. So
You've never dealt with this.
He's a little flabbergasted, but he doesn't like make it apparent.
Okay. Fair. But yeah, go ahead and roll that history. Okay, with a 16, the closest thing this reminds you of is something like from Palrindel. Although in Palrindel, they're the closest is like the Mongols. So even that's like not great. Like they wear furs, and they do occasionally wear something akin to this. It's just not as manufactured. It's like nice, like proper, like tapestry, like cloth, versus like what they would wear, which is like furs more than anything. Beneath it, he's wearing like a proper like shirt that's made of like silk. He looks really, like well dressed, like well out. But there is one thing that you do know that humans and some wood elven nations use, and that's like the idea of like a sheriff. You read the word very clearly in common on a like silver badge on the side of his chest.
Huh.
And you actually see as he like walks around, as much as he's being like a little bit more boisterous the way he walks, he's clearly like, the way you can tell it just looking at him, he's doing that partly for show.
Right.
The way he's walking, he's clearly more athletic than he looks. And it's in fact, as he like passes by you, he gives you a nod, and you notice a like cast silver 6-shooter in one side of him, and on the other you can see just like a little dagger that seems to be like dripping with arcane energy on the other side. He gives you a little nod and goes, "Right now, it's good to see a friendly face. Welcome to our city. Or I guess our town, Pine Hollow."
And it is a fine one at that, sir, if I might say.
Well, that is mighty kind of you. You know what? He he says, "You know what?" He just like reaches into like a big shirt pocket and pulls out one of those long like candies that are just like a long hard candy, and just sets it in your hand. It's like this green apple candy, and just like, "You have yourself a lovely day." And just passes on.
Athriel's just like confused, but
just baffled.
He's
right.
just
also,
a nice older dude.
Also, like, sort of like having seen his clothes, Athriel looks down at his own clothes and realizes just how kind of shitty they are.
Yeah.
And he feels something deep within him saying that he should be wearing something that looks a lot nicer than this.
Look, man, I meant to tell you sooner.
You should be wearing at least 6 petticoats. No, you feel that. It's I'll even say with that history check, you're not even as focused on the mayor, the sheriff. Mr. Dupree fully like loses any interest in your mind as your brain's like, I should be wearing something nicer, like silks and armor and like mithril, but you're not wearing any of it.
Like he walks with the most noble bearing that you've ever seen, but he doesn't like his clothing doesn't match the part.
Exactly. It's like if a prince showed up and they weren't wearing any of their princely attire.
Excuse me, sir.
Well, yes.
Are there
He turns around
any
with a big smile.
Are there any clothiers in this town? Someplace I can improve my wardrobe.
Oh, you're looking for some haute couture? Well, I know a few places. Very few are going to, He, like, gives you a once-over, and I'm actually going to say he'll roll an insight check real quick, but I need to actually, like, open your inventory so I can do this insight check myself.
So I do, so now would be a good, point to, invoke my feature of Noble, which, I think... Why do I not have it on here? But because of my background feature, it's like people are sort of inclined to kind of think the best of me. Like I simply give off that bearing of like highbornedness. You know what I mean?
He gives you an immediate look of like he's talking. I mean, partly that's probably why he just handed you like a little bit of candy and it's really nice to you outright. But he gives you this look and he goes, "Well, for one of your stature, I believe there's a few good haute coutures around here. Let me, He thinks, he looks around. There's a few places that'll make you something custom. If you're trying to buy something off the rack, there's a few places for that too. And if you want something custom tailored, that's a bit harder to find. You understand?"
Yes, I would suppose so.
Now, as you may well see, he like points to his suit and sort of like stretches the suspenders a little bit. Mine are handmade.
Yes. I'd expect nothing less of one of your bearing.
Well, so I would like to offer, perhaps. I'm guessing you're new in town, eh? And he like motions for you to follow him.
Yes, I do follow him.
And he's walking off toward the home, like over toward this way. Well then,
right, I
new
will
around
follow
here.
him.
It may be perhaps maybe of interest to you. My wife makes custom clothing. She's been sewing my suits for 30 years.
If it would not trouble you so much,
Well,
I've got like 65 gold pieces.
I was gonna say, he actually says, well, I was actually going to say, you and your friend, I imagine you're with the boy with one eye. Oh, well, with one real eye.
Yes,
All right.
yes, Gregathede. Yes, he has been my traveling companion for some time now.
If you two wouldn't mind, I actually was going to ask a favor. You're not
I'm all
required
too
to do
happy
it
to
by no
hear.
means. But you survived those woods. I imagine you could survive a couple of strange things. And he like motions out toward the gate. We've been hearing whispers of something strange, something making these woods a little bit worse, we'll say.
Well, that's from what I saw, that's a high bar to clear.
What you saw is just the start of it. Come here, I'll show you something really strange.
Bump my mic.
You okay?
Yeah, I just bumped my mic by accident.
How dare you?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I'm
Okay,
trying to
you-
move stuff around. I don't have...
But yeah, Athriel, he motions for you to follow him. He instead, he shifts from going here to instead going toward this area.
towards that area, okay.
Into that building is actually where he ends up going. As he steps in, he goes, we've been seeing these strange creatures, but the weirdest one came around about a month ago. And as he steps in, there's a bunch of guards here keeping the barn door closed. And you can hear grunts and groans and growls from within.
Alright.
This thing came out from this big old hole in the ground. Deep, deep ways it went. And you tell me, just what something like this would be doing out in these woods. First things first, you, without rolling anything, feel like this is distinctly old Valyrian. Something about it is. You don't know what.
Oh, okay.
And you feel like corruption washing off this thing in waves. But Athriel, as he, through the door without it even opening, go ahead and open the gates, boys. And you hear, the sound of cranks moving. As two, big, buff people in, proper armor begin to open up the gate. And as it, winds open, you see thick metal bars around the entire interior. And you see a creature very much like a watcher, but wrong. Where, its legs are these long, spindly things that split into, four, hooves at the bottom, or, more like knuckles. And its head is sort of, in the wrong direction, splitting open in this huge maw at the back of its head. As it, twists in different directions trying to get around. In an area that's far too small for it. But as it, rears low, it looks you in the eyes, and you see recognition in its, perfect glassy spheres. As it roars.
I try speaking at it in Elvish.
It's gonna roll a history check. You see no recognition from any of your words. But Athriel,
I sort of slowly unsheath my blade
no.
and sort of plant it in the ground.
You watch 8 more eyes open up all across its face. And you see it lean forward. Each blink is a loud click, essentially. As it leans forward and looks over your blade. Before with a sort of downward hiss, it leans back. Sort of taking it as a threat, it feels like.
Now I will say the blade, the flat of the blade is facing towards it.
Doesn't seem like that much matters. The way that you see it, I mean, this thing doesn't have high stats in terms of personality.
Right.
It's taking any show of weapons as violence, but also it looks like it is not something so much that's going to be like what's the word? Not as friendly as like even
Oh
if
yeah.
yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to be friendly.
I just
wanted
more
to
bring
see
that
how it
up
would
in
react
that
to this.
it's definitely reacting just negatively. It's like rearing back and like watching you even closer before glancing occasionally to the like the sheriff, who just watches it with a sort of sly little smile, puffing on his little cigar or putting it out. We've tried talking with it. We've tried fighting it. It took 3 of my best men. Nearly took me out. And as he says that, he pats his chest, and you hear like it sounds padded, like it's still like it's bandaged up under there. Stabbed me clean through. This creature came from something. And considering that it crawled out of a hole in the ground, I imagine it's been digging around from something.
Yeah.
My idea is wherever it came from, I bet there's more of them. And it's probably what's been doing this to the wolves and the trees and who knows what else.
I pull my sword from the ground, just sort of like swish it back into the sheath. The stink of corruption emanates from it. It feels like it is of old Valyria.
What, so you mean the, Actually, he's gonna roll a history check, because not many people know about Old Valyria. +11 +5, so he gets a 16. He knows, he tips, he goes, that's an old myth, Old Valyria. All the same. Just got beat in a war, so they think it's different.
Wait, what did he say?
He said that Old Valyria, he said like that old myth.
Yeah.
And essentially he said they got beat in a war. It's all the same. They just got beat in a war and say it's different.
It is not quite like that. The Magi, the Earth Magi that they enlisted to assist with their war. They won the war, but if you know anything of Old Valyria, they had a reviling distrust of anything arcane, of any sort of magic. Thusly, fearing that the Magi would turn their powers upon the kingdom itself, they betrayed them. And the Magi used their powers to seal Valyria deep beneath the earth.
He like hears that, and he like really does seem to listen, like watching with like steepled hands.
Athriel kind of looks very solemnly at his blade. I'm very familiar with the story.
Can I ask real quick, how young does like Athriel's body appear?
I would say his body appears around like mid to late 20s.
I mean, to be perfectly fair, Mr. Dupree is quite tall. He's like 6'6".
Yeah.
He gets down on like a knee and puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, "I'm not sorry.
I mean,
it looks like you went through."
I mean,
a bit."
Athriel is 6'1".
No, I know. He's just treating you
Oh,
like
okay.
a child.
No.
He treats you. He's like 80. He's treating you like a young man. He's like, he puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, "I'm not sorry to." He sees like the pain in your eyes, essentially. I don't know a lot about magic, but something's. I'm sorry if anything wrong happened to you during all that. He doesn't know. He's like, again, he's just making some assumptions based on how you look, but he's got a really good passive perception, and I'm kind of using that as his insight in this moment. I'm just like, oh, you look like something's up. What's up?
Hey, Jarf is asking if the thing looks familiar to the dragon thing from the prison.
No, this looks very different.
Very different, bro. Okay.
This looks like Fitz. If Fitz was here, he'd probably recognize some of it. Fitz, you definitely recognize that the wolf creature looked like it had corruption, like something from Sunless Lands.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Which, yeah, from Athriel's understanding, he's pretty spot on to say that it feels old Valyrian, corrupted.
Yeah. Right.
I am unsure exactly what happened, but I suppose that might be a story for another time. I have yet to...
Of course.
I shall explain my condition again at a later time. It is a long story.
Well, of course. Talk over a fire and some whiskey at some point, I'm sure.
Yes, precisely.
And he actually, like, again, with, like, a pretty... He looks like someone who shouldn't, like, you know, kind of like a bumpkin is the best way I can say it. Like, he looks like someone who isn't too clever, but you can tell just looking at his eyes, he's a lot smarter than he lets on. He gives you a little nod and goes, all right. We'll be sure to make sure that you're all comfy, though.
You have my thanks. Now, let us discuss this matter at hand. He sort of like gestures over to the creature.
Yes.
Perhaps we should do that over a meal.
Well, of course. I imagine your friend is, I may have just left, but I wouldn't mind going back to the inn or the tavern for a little bit of a spell. Come on. And he leads you back toward the way you came, kind of, back to the tavern that Fitz is currently at. Fitz, by the way, what are you, what all are you up to here at the tavern before they get there?
I think I'm just kind of like at the bar, just kind of like listening in to kind of like everything and just kind of enjoying like a drink of actually like fresh water that tastes actually like water and not like bad.
Gotcha. Fitz, roll an insight check.
Okay, where's my things?
I'll actually give you advantage. Sorry.
You're good.
If you get a nat 20, then it doesn't matter.
Nah, I doubt so. It's a +4. It's an 11. Not first one. First one, 13 on that second one, so that's going to be insight. It's +4, 13, 17.
With a 17, Fitz, you hear a few people like talking to each other, you know, a few different stories. Most of these people, again, are kind of newer here.
Yeah.
One of the people is sort of whispering, and you don't really hear what they're saying. But judging from their clothes, you can roll me a history check and see if you might guess.
Sure, we'll go with that. It's an 8, 11.
It looks like shipment's clothes of some sort, but they're just not quite right. They're like it's not like they don't look waterproof. For shipment's clothes, that just seems weird. But maybe airship, maybe clothes from someone who like works in airship.
Okay.
But yeah, they're whispering to somebody else. And you can't really hear what they're saying. You do hear there's like this more elegant looking woman who actually looks like she's from your hometown. Or around that area. She's like wearing these like nice sort of Southern Belle clothes. Wearing like a really nice like petticoat over it and a nice sun hat. And she's like, I remember our carriage was just going along the roads and all of a sudden a wheel comes off and we're barreling through these woodlands. We were lucky that one of these nice rangers found us. Honestly, it's put me behind quite so much. And I was to go to the Two Kingdoms. Kind of an inopportune time. At least the horses survived, but it's barely anything.
Saying that she looks familiar, probably from like my hometown. Would I have like met her before, or?
You're not sure that you met her. You recognize her clothes more than anything, and the way that she's talking about like traveling between kingdoms.
Yeah.
That's not normal in your homeland.
Okay.
The kingdoms are like always at war.
Okay.
So, looking at her, she's like a governess. You would have seen her in like school books.
Oh, okay. Have I?
Go ahead and roll another history check.
Maybe why not? That's gonna be a 10, so 13.
One moment. I'm gonna roll my own DC real quick.
Yep.
You recognize her face pretty clearly. Her name eludes you in this moment.
I think, like, as just kind of like hearing like the overlapping voices, like there's one that kind of like stuck out when I had came in.
Yeah.
I think there was like something like, oh, we were like one place, and then like this flash of light in the circle just kind of like
A
shifted
grandfather and his grandson. Yeah, they're off in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Like, a part of me thinks like it's very like possibly like very inconsequential or like very like out of order things on how things might have happened, but after going to the temple and, you know, basically being self-centered and reviving myself, wanting to go home, you know, things like maybe like I'm partially to blame for.
It's possible. I mean, thinking about it, these people all probably got here through some reason, maybe because of the Feywild thing in some way or
Right.
shape or form.
Yeah.
But given that the Feywild came back at all, it seems like it was destined that something like this was going to happen. So it's not really your fault just because you were the catalyst.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's just kind of like one of the thoughts that like lingers in the back of my mind, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, as I
And Fitz,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
you actually hear them talking, and the older man ends up getting approached by that person in the shipment's clothes as well.
Yeah.
And again, you don't hear what the man is saying. It's quiet whispers. It's really like low speaking. But the older man looks quite surprised, if not maybe frightened. You're not super great with like reading people right now. You just got out of a pretty bad situation.
Right, but can I still like attempt to possibly like
You
read
can try
their
and-
lips?
You can try and hear it with a perception. You can try and see what they're saying through like watching and like watching their lips with an insight.
Okay, yeah. So that's gonna be. Yeah, I'm not getting shit. That's a 3. So insight, so 4, 7.
It's surprising.
Oh, okay. Well,
Whatever they're saying, it's very shock. Fitz, you're reading their lips, and you're pretty sure he just said, "I got 5% off a new Winnebago, and there's a bagel in my pocket."
Winnebago. What the hell's a Winnebago?
That's what you. That's what it looks like. He says.
You know, fake.
So Winnebago, Lone Star. No.
Athriel, you arrive as like Fitz is at the. It looks like he's at the bar. It's sort of that thing where someone's like, "I'm a psychic," and they're doing this, like staring at you really hard.
Stare.
It's like he's doing. In fact, it looks exactly just like.
Bagel. He's got a bagel.
I just sort of like walk up behind Fitz and just kind of pat him on the back.
You hear Fitz say exactly what was mouthed. It's just like Winnebago and a bagel in his pocket. What?
What? That makes no sense. Take another bite of the biscuit.
Fit,
Mm.
Fit,
Oh hey,
Fitz,
how's it going, man?
what are you doing? Why are you watching those men talk?
Oh,
Athriel, you can see that something seems weird about them too.
Well, guys, shocked about something. I'm trying to read
All
their
right,
lips.
I guess I'm taking a look at what's going on over there.
All I got was
Do I have-
bagel.
You can go for it with insight or perception, depending on if you want to hear it or try and see what they're saying.
I'll go with percent. Well, does my passive do anything, or do
Not
I need
here,
to
no.
roll?
You're trying to like into it properly. Okay, the music is flipping me out.
Oh yeah, no, it's going bonkers.
16.
bad.
Let's play
Actually, hold on. Does my menu?
Oh, it fixed itself.
Hold on.
Bagel.
No.
When to get whooped.
No, it doesn't apply to deception.
16
All
then?
right, I got a 16. I mean,
Athriel,
I could.
you... What could you do?
I mean, I could add knowledge from a past life.
I'd allow it, in this case.
All right.
I'll allow you to
Sort
add a
of
d6.
Sort of channeling memories of trying to perceive the conversations of maybe like superiors or
Spears are
You're
like
channeling
enemies.
like memories
rivals.
of you listening in on like politicians who were like totally against
Yeah.
your family. This
Oh,
is that
yeah,
moment.
yeah.
Just like, what the
All
fuck
right.
are they saying?
So that's a 19.
You can hear a lot clearer than Fitz can in this case. With like listening in and like thinking on it really deeply, the words become clearer for you at least to some degree, and like reading their lips helps as you go sit at like the far end of the bar just to get like an insight at what they're saying. You hear, because essentially the old man, like he's had to repeat it twice to this old man. The third time makes sense. But he says, my airship is landed. Barely. With some effort, we could get out of here. We need to leave during the night, as to not draw suspicion. But we may be able to leave the city quickly, without worry about these monsters. I would not make it known if I were you.
Now that is interesting.
Because yeah, it's an airship. A crash landing is just you slowly floating toward the ground.
That could be a way out of here.
Exactly.
What do I do with this? I feel like it would be foolish to approach those men directly.
Hey, I heard you talking on an airship. Why don't you take me with me, huh?
I'll just sort of like message some of this information over to Fitz.
Fitz, you've been made aware that an airship
like
has been procured by someone.
Oh, so I was way off with the bagel. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I thought it was like a bagel salesman or something. Shit.
Also, I've got a bagel in my pocket.
Okay, but did he... I messaged back to Athriel. Okay, but did he say anything about a bagel?
No. Just no.
Immediately just, no. Shut up.
No, okay. I just go back to drinking my water.
Fitz, you have a nice tall... It's like in Rango where, like, the water's crazy good.
Yeah,
It's-
like... yeah, no, dude, have you... just messaged back, dude, try the water. It's so fucking good. It's better than the dog water we've been drinking.
It is... You are at full health now, by the way. But
Oh, fucking sick. That's...
Nice.
At this rate, it's not much, but, like... Because with all that fucking necrotic...
necrotic damage fucking sucks.
Yeah, no, dude, that sucks ass.
Alright.
Like, that shit hurted, not gonna lie.
I rejoined Fitz further down the bar.
Beautiful. And yeah, after a bit, by the way, you guys have a moment to talk while the sheriff seems to be like talking with one of the bartenders.
Yeah.
So you have a moment of just like a reprieve away from anybody's ears. If you need to talk about anything, I mean.
So, what do you think would be the wisest plan of action concerning this information?
Well, we could use that airship to kind of, get us out of here. Like, who knows where, what the origin of this ship is. If they're, if it's of malicious intent or if, something else. We don't have all the pieces here. So it'd be a little bit unwise to, go in half-cocked.
What?
I
Sure doesn't understand that expression.
okay.
Like 3 elves are at a table nearby, and they also like lean over. They just go like.
I just looked
I
at
need,
them.
I need one of them to roll a quick medicine check.
What the fuck? I make dead
With an
eye.
8,
I make
they
dead
go,
eye
"You only
contact
have
with
half
one of
cock."
them. I make dead eye contact and like I'm sorry. Excuse me.
You only have half a cock. You said you were going half cock.
I need you to not pry in other people's business, please.
I'm so sorry for your condition.
Yes, I. Yes,
A
I
very
am
like
well,
attractive
Fitzgerald.
high elf, like she like looks at you and then she goes, "Oh," and then goes back to drinking.
No, wait, hold on a minute.
Damn.
No, wait, hey, we can work something out.
She rolls a She rolls like a 19 on her dexterity. She like leans over and like drinking a drink, like fully ties a cherry stem with her tongue. It's like, damn.
I just alright. That just like completely just blows over my
Stay
head.
away from
Whatever.
her, darling. He only has half a cock.
God.
It's leprosy, dear.
All right, I'm gonna need
Don't
to.
worry, Fitzgerald. We can probably find you a priest that can take care of that.
Don't you fucking start.
I need a drink. 1 second.
Yep. God, the fucking rumors are gonna go around. I hate this so much.
It's like that. It's like that drow who says she's fine, but she's not. Yeah, he says he has a cock and he
Anyways.
doesn't.
Anyways, aside from your conditions, Fitz.
I just like
So wait, did
I
they say-
stifle a slam to the bar like just like regardless of my poor word choice. The crystal just kind of like flares a little bit, like just
Fitz.
yeah.
For a moment, your words aren't yours, and you hear Athriel. You hear like a half a roared voice. Regardless of bad word choices, you're saying.
Interesting. So, did they say they'd be leaving tonight or tomorrow?
You aren't sure. They didn't say a date directly. If they said a time or date, they already talked about it beforehand. Like it would have been a
Well.
conversation that's like, remember the date. Remember the date. We have this.
Well, the sheriff has offered us a form of job, so that could lead us good places. Well, not good places, but you know, could bring us some favor in the town. I am
Potentially.
unsure. I am unsure of any sort of time limit we have on this potential out, but I suppose we should keep our eye on the skies.
Absolutely. Or at the very least, if one of us needs to go check it out while the other does whatever odd job the sheriff has for us.
As you guys go ahead.
And we just reconvene.
Yes,
And
I
then
suppose
just
so.
yeah. Anyways, go on, Damien.
I was gonna say, as y'all say that, the sheriff clasps 2 hands over, like a hand over each of y'all's shoulders. Well, now what's that about eyes in the sky? What, we talking about drunken harpies or something? Come on. And he like motions for you guys to come to a table where like there's like a private door, these like nice like double doors that leads into a room with this huge table, clearly for like dinners and stuff for like him to talk business.
Yeah.
Right.
You can actually see like the outer, like the walls are have like 10 panels on them and like proper guns in the windows. This is an armored room for him, like if somebody should attack while he's eating.
They're just gone.
It's pretty cool. And the fact that y'all are like motioned in here to talk with him essentially.
Yeah.
The table already has like some like roast capon and some like nice little like pies and whatnot and you know, food, a lot of food.
Yeah.
Given that you have been half starving, it's pretty
Oh,
good.
oh yeah, no, dude. I forgive me, but I've been starving for a minute, so just like
The only food you recognize, Athriel, is some fried bread with like scallions in it called Lindgrast.
So I'll have some of that. Every time I think about Athriel interacting with guns, I just think about that one image of like a Lord of the Rings cosplayer of like an elf like holding an AK.
Exactly. Athriel, it's literally like a caveman woke up one day and somebody handed him a smartphone. It's like, what the fuck is this? It must be magic.
My God.
Sit. Help yourselves. Well, I can get bottles of any drink you may want. It's limited. We never can get it quick enough, but when the armored carriages come in, we can occasionally get some imports from the outside cities.
Outside cities, are there more settlements in this area?
Not in the Lost Wood, no. But we can get some. We have a few people who are decent enough trackers to find their way out and get back to the city, and vice versa. It's just difficult, and it's usually they end up perishing. But you know, if one in 40 makes it, that's enough to keep us surviving. And better to live out here, free from all those kingdoms and their war.
Huh.
It seems like the people live out here willingly to avoid the wars.
They must be cruel and completely unjust wars if you would rather live amongst these creatures.
One of them killed my daughter 23 years ago, and so we decided, me and my wife, to come out around here, and a lot of people found themselves lost. And our little house in these dangerous woods became a little settlement. And quick enough, people decided they didn't want to brave the elements to get out of here, so they would prefer to settle down. Makes sense considering about half the people who leave never come back. And less than a quarter of those actually make it out.
Athriel thinks to the poster that he grabbed earlier and sort of like pulls it out. I suppose you were the one who put this up, didn't then?
Oh no, sadly not. No, Mirabelle was he motions like out toward the toward like the farm. Horace, our groundskeeper, or the groundskeeper for the town, his daughter walked through the gate one night. She sleepwalked, I guess. Someone wasn't watching the gate, and when he got out there to find her, something dark took her. I pride myself on keeping people safe, but it seems I wasn't watching closely that night.
Sometimes our judgment lapses, and I suppose all we can do is try to keep going on for those who were taken.
I suppose so. Best we can do.
My sincere
Here's your little smile.
condolences. Oh.
I appreciate it. But anyhow, that's where you come in. Two of you. You both look like structured adventurers. And considering that creature went after a little girl, I assume that it wouldn't dare fuck with the two of you. That seems good to me, hey?
Yes,
so my reasoning is, the two of you maybe go after this little creature. Not only can I help you get some, he looks you over, Athriel, fresh digs, but perhaps I can get one of these armored carriages to drive you out, you know, down the path, supposedly, out of these woods. Now, I understand you're not required to, by no means, and most of the people here won't go out of these gates. If you would prefer to settle down around here, you're welcome to it, but I imagine you're not looking to live the rest of your lives under a... He looks through one of the little, like, slots where a gun's poked out. Permanent haze.
Unfortunately, despite how lovely your town is, that would be the case.
It's not lovely to the slightest.
Well,
it is.
Lovely for the surrounding conditions.
Yeah, better than a ditch, I suppose. But that said,
Quite.
at least a ditch is covered. Unlike half these roads where you could just get something swooping down on you. Hell, maybe a ditch is better. Never know. But he looks to the two of you and he just sort of like leaves that eyebrow cocked of just like leaving it in y'all's court as to what you decide to actually do here. That said, again, it's in your hands. If you want to brave the wilderness, I will not stop you. I won't let you run off alone. I'm just saying I'd appreciate the help, and if you can spare it, I'll do the same in kind.
Well, Fitz.
Of course, you know a better way.
Thinking, because they're really thinking back to kind of like earlier before we set back out, finding this room.
Yeah.
The cave entrance that was shown to us.
Oh.
Would that possibly be where this creature lies? And if so, like, we don't know where the hell it is, so we'd still need to go looking.
Yeah, no matter what, you may need like either a tracker to come with you or some sort of tracking ability.
Right, yeah. So
Suddenly Elric falls out of the sky. No.
No. God, no. I do miss the pressure on my shoulder, but I think it possibly would be in our best interest to help him out. So going searching for this, it'd be in our best interest.
Yes, I feel it unjust to leave a devilish, a Lithiel creature out there, prey upon the innocent.
He actually like outwardly laughs hearing the word innocent, but he just sort of goes quiet.
Well, relatively speaking.
Yeah. I mean, last time that I dealt with a threat to life, I blew it to Kingdom Come, but, you know.
See, I did the same, but they told me that using 28 sticks of dynamite for a single chicken that pecked you was a bad idea.
Now,
You know, actually, Town Square used to be a hill.
Oh. Intriguing.
I may have made a small mistake. Yeah, you notice it's actually sort of a concave plane now.
No,
it's sort of perfectly flat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know,
It was about 15 feet tall.
Must have been a terrible chicken.
Yeah, it was so terrible it was actually a goose.
In my case, replace 20 sticks of diamond with a whole ship of nitroglycerin.
I'm so very sorry, but that is the coolest thing I ever heard.
Dude, it was insane, let me tell you. And I just take a big swig and I just start...
Evil creatures.
I'm gonna actually say, like, having a nice dinner with this dude, he has an ability that's, I mean, I think it's fun. It's called Boisterous Bravado. You both get 15 temporary hit points.
Fuck yeah!
Telling a nice story over a good meal with this, like older, kindly fella, I mean, it helps. It makes you both feel comfortable in your terrible situation.
You know, honestly, like, after being, like, in the woods for months, like, this is a relief, really. Just, again, just, like, human interaction, but also just, like, having somebody else to talk to and just having another just person around, you know?
Especially someone who's actually, like, friendly and kind of knows who you are to some degree.
Yeah! So, you know, I did kind of want to ask, so, like...
What's going on?
Earlier on, like, how do you know, like, so much, like, about me? Or just, like, from what you know?
Well, I wasn't always just a sheriff. I used to go out of the city a little bit, trying to, I guess, get some bit of my old life a little. When I was about 6 years ago or so, I still would go with the carts and carriages and whatnot. Whenever we'd try and get out of here and get supplies and whatnot, we often found our way to your little town. It's the only one that's actually close enough to be worth going to. Drillsburg is right on the edge of the war. Oh, I guess right in the middle. But when I go out that way, I'd try and get as much info as I could. You know, you want to know about current events and try and guess about future ones.
Of course.
Well, last time I was there, I was only a few years back, and I heard this great tale of some boy who found some person out there in the ditch digging and grabbing bones and trying to make something, and he gave him one whack with his shovel, and all of a sudden they was gone. Now, I remember distinctly the name of Mr. Gregathede Fitzgerald, and the moment I heard your name, I knew who you were. Besides, your mama was the one who used to deliver half of our we'll call them groceries. As he pats his 6-shooter on the side. Real good groceries.
It's...
But I ain't just that. I kept up with some of your exploits. And a young lady, about a year ago, ended up passing out in those woodlands when she was trying to find her way here. I don't know who she was, but she did drop one of these, and he pulls out like a crystal, like a proper, like essentially a phone.
Yeah.
But he holds it like the exact wrong way, and he taps at it sort of like he actually like picks up like a little wooden sort of like stylus that he has like carved, and he like taps at it and jots at it. Can't touch it with bare fingers. You don't know what this thing might be. And he gets like lucky, you know, it like flips open. And it's still open to like video pages, essentially, like the equivalent of YouTube.
Yeah.
And like half of them are like these crazy exploits of like what happened on Leviathan.
Wow.
A few of them talk about red ravens, and considering that your clothes do have the emblem, he's like, some of it puts 2 and 2 together.
That's...
Now, I ain't got much.
Yeah, exactly which events.
Was she listening to a crime podcast?
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally a true crime podcast.
Oh my god. And
there's also a few others. It seems she was a Valyrian girl. There's like a true, like the equivalent, like a true crime podcast. They call them like true magic podcasts.
yeah.
This one's called Every Which Way, and it's like, who dared use magic? But yeah, this one's like this true crime podcast called like Blood and Salt Water.
Nice. It's...
He like pushes play at some point, and it's like, who do we think was the Red Raven? This explosion was terrible, and apparently it came out of nowhere, as if transported from the sky. Todd, I don't care. What about like the Mind Flayer dude? No one cares, he's like dead.
Yeah.
Who killed James Akefort? No one gives a shit.
Ooh, that's a harsh pill there.
Is Abigail Raventhorn actually a monster?
It's complicated. I'm just answering like very, very under my breath, just like. It's complicated. Yeah, who killed
And what
him?
happened? And what happened at the Great Patronage? What? Oh, my word, yes. As he points it to you, by the way, you hear it say, and what happened at the Great Patronage? The Great Patronage is like a, it's where Warlock patrons will meet up to try and, like, establish certain boundaries.
Right.
As to, like, make some sort of universal code. A lot of Warlock patrons were murdered recently. Like, within this year.
That's not good.
That's not.
And one that, like, you know, people don't really talk about them. It's supposed to be a myth. The most powerful of the patrons, though, Slowstone, is one that's supposed to be, like, one that sort of, like, supposedly has eaten a god at some point. They're like a patron of undeath. But yeah, they bring up, and what happened to Slowstone, who was said to have attended. There's, you know, some speculation that that this patron actually killed a bunch of the others.
What a strange device that is.
Oh my word, I know. If I look at this one, it shows me pictures of kitties, and he opens what looks like Reddit. It's got a cat, and this one's got a dog, and this one's got birds. This one's called Feelbird.
Oh my god.
Look at that. It's just a bird, like a budgie just doing this. Look at that bird. That's a good bird.
The Great
I feel
Patron.
some strange familiarity with this bird.
Go ahead, Fitz.
I was gonna say, like, the Great Patron, it's like that Warlock convention sort of thing. Like, do we know, like, where that took place or where that was?
It was, I mean, it was supposed to take place at, like, a hidden location that would, like, sort of, like, take place within, like, a blink spell, so the equivalent of, like, a pocket dimension.
Yeah.
Where all the bodies eventually found themselves was spread out across, like, New Warnick. So essentially, like, across Valyria, Palrindel, and all the nations in between.
Yeah.
A bunch of spread out dead bodies.
Oh.
As the pocket dimension sort of collapsed.
Okay.
Oh, it's Fitz playing his bagpipes.
Yeah, clearly. Last time I was last time I played the bagpipes, I remember, was walking through ruin of Stonehenge. Ruthhenge. Yeah, it was one of those henges.
Stonehenge.
I'm sorry. Look.
Does Ruthhenge sound familiar?
Ruthhenge doesn't really sound familiar to you. It wasn't much of a place whenever you were around. It was like it was like now it's the capital city in the Sunless Lands for dwarves. When you were around, it was just like a little settlement that you would have barely known about outside of a volcano near Valyria.
Huh.
So like it would be familiar in the same way that like a little camp, like a reservation near your home might be. Not super important to you. I've eaten my snack.
Okay. Just
Fuck you.
Curious, out of character here. Are we close to a stopping point?
I was actually gonna say that we can stop like during this little meal. This is just you guys gaining some information about the world.
Okay. Yeah. Because I do have work at 10, so.
I know. That's why I was like. That's why earlier I was like, "Are you sure?" Because it was like almost midnight.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool. I want to get a little bit more in there.
But yeah, as you are talking about this whole thing with the patronage, it is weird because that's another set of magical beings killed. Like dragons were a focus for a bit. Now these guys are a focus, or I guess they were a focus. And now stuff out here is going weird. It does seem like magic itself is being targeted, but not in the way that Valyria would. Like it's not gone. Otherwise, like people would be, a bit more wanting for it. This seems different. The question is just how. For the world as a whole, I mean, there is something strange about magic itself being kind of a target. One thing that is mentioned during this little like I wouldn't even say it's like a podcast. I'm saying like looking through all this info that he has on this crystal. You do hear one thing that's like questioned a lot by like teens and whatnot. It's a true crime thing. But like a lot of people have been asking the same question of could it be like mind flayers? Because those are known for like they'll target magical stuff to sort of like devour it to some degree.
Right.
A lot of more powerful people have disappeared. And
forget, like whenever I first crashed down to Leviathan, the Captain Mind Flare dude there, or like is he still like out there, or like I forget? No, like, James killed him, didn't he?
James killed him, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Killed the one in the Sunless Lands.
Right. I'm trying to remember if there was another one still out there, or if that was the only other one.
You've heard rumor of others out there.
Right.
You had heard rumors in the Sunless Lands of at least two.
Right, yeah.
Saw one.
Right, I only, blew one to shit, so I didn't see the other one, so it's still possible.
And up top, the captain.
Yeah,
he said that there were more of him.
Yeah, and then James was just siphoning his power.
Essentially, yeah. James was like drugging him with some of his own blood, so that at some point he could siphon it back out.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he, fun fact, Athriel will find out at some point, but fun fact, he also knew some amount of hemomancy.
Huh.
James started as a hemomancer.
Oh.
He used his blood because he couldn't use somatic components.
Blood.
Blood for the blood god.
Blood for the blood god. Praise. Praise be blood man. But yeah, that's a thing that you can consider. And in fact, Athriel.
Yes.
As Fitz seems curious about these little few snippets he sees of like mentioning mind flayers, can you roll me a history check with advantage?
Can do.
One
Fuck.
of very few Earth Magi who actually like worked with Valyria to some degree, or like would actually made some sort of like commune with them, was a mind flayer. It was considered that he was going to backstab the essentially the sages and work with Valyria because, you know, mind flayers are sort of conniving.
Right.
From the way you see it, it seems like maybe they just conned both sides. But at the time, it was very strange that there was like this illithid working with Valyrian higher-ups for a bit. You, in fact, remember like trying to get in and hear some of it at some point. Salura wasn't even allowed in, and he was at the time essentially like a governor, or the equivalent. Right. The fact that he didn't get in on that is really weird. It's likely that a mind flare jumping in on something like with the Earth Magi, if they had ill intent, the entire spell could have been fucked up. There's a real possibility that this entire whatever's going on with these illithids started a very long time ago back in Valyria. Like, it actually is kind of not a bad theory that illithids have something big to do with what's going on.
Always the illithid.
It's either the illithids or undead of some sort. Fuck me. Like, what do you mean you're undead?
Athriel is gonna take note.
Gotcha.
Of this.
But as you guys sort of wind down, or as we wind down for the night, Mr. Dupree looks between you both and goes, "Right, well, I assume we're going to have a very lovely working relationship. But first, of course, let's get hammered." And he gets like 2 big bottles of wine brought over and some like really nice mixed drinks. And I'll say that we leave off as the night begins to turn into a fucking party.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
And Athriel even...
Yeah, I just get so fucking blitzed that I just start like jamming on my fucking loot.
Athriel, you can try and elect to get drunk if you roll a Constitution with disadvantage.
You know, I'm just on my
So,
loot.
like,
just...
how do I do this?
He's gonna roll 2 nat 20s again.
I swear to God. Okay, no.
Oh, with a 12, no, dude, you start to get absolutely smashed after the 15th bottle of wine. It takes a while. It takes a while, but you get there.
I just start trying to like challenge Fitz to a duel.
You don't want that, boy. I tell you, you know. I just take out. I just drunkenly take out like a dagger. It's like, come on, let's go.
As you pull out the dagger, something takes over your mind for a bit, Fitz, and you slam your hand on the table and begin doing the dagger, like not even looking at your hand, doing 5-finger fillet. You're just like, "What is it a duel then, huh? A duel, little duel.
You gotta duel. You wanna duel?
Come on, boy. You say, oh, you think you're good? You think you're good because you're undead? Try and beat this!" And he just starts like slapping the fucking knife between his fingers.
You know, it's just
missing every time.
Oh, do I just?
You never cut off your finger. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. But it's just like a matter of.
Yes. For, like,
Beat that, you scurvy cur.
Right, I will do my best to beat that. He stabs it once and stabs his finger.
Oh God, no.
I'll do my best to beat that one. Thud. On to you, my undead friend. It seems I have made a gruesome mistake. And he leaves with like his finger barely on. Oh god.
Oh god. Hold on. I can help with that. Cure wounds.
His finger fixes exactly backwards.
I was gonna say instead of just cure wounds,
no.
like no. Hey, let me try. Instead of cure wounds, just heat metal. And it's just
Tasha's hideous laughter.
yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
It doesn't hurt at all.
Oh fuck. That works, man. That
That's
works.
4 HP.
My finger's fixed.
It's,
Wow.
it's fixed. Hey,
It looks like this. It literally looks like this.
Oh my
Oh no.
god.
Oh, it's fixed. Look at that.
Oh.
I can make a perfect fist.
No.
Perfect. And that is where we will leave off for the night as our drunken friends get into a very interesting night.
Fucking bravo. Bravo.
Next session, we will see what happens with maybe the last Watcher. We'll see the potential return to your hometown, Fitz, and maybe even get a glimpse at what's happening with Abigail, Rune, and Rivali.
Ooh.
I will
What's
say,
up?
if we want to like have this session a little earlier than like next week, I can like just join in after I get off of work.
Yeah, I mean, apparently I've got a schedule open, so I mean, I've got a day open on Saturday, or if I can switch some stuff around.
You guys keep me posted, and I'm good for pretty much whatever works for you guys.
Okay.
I'm really
good
hoping this
for,
is
like,
fun.
This was fantastic,
as long
dude.
as it's like, if it's after like 10:30, then
So if we could do a late one on the weekend, then if that works for
Yeah.
Austin,
Yeah,
or we can
Yeah,
start next
yeah.
weekend.
yeah, because
So
like,
yeah, just keep me posted, you both, and we'll be all good.
absolutely.
yeah. I mean, I feel like we might want to get like this done so that we can move on to other ones.
Yeah, that way we can fully get on into.
That's fair.
Yeah, get everything back in order.
I'm letting y'all do this, especially because it lets me write more of Leviathan while I still do some of Leviathan Folly of Crime.
Yeah.
Or in this case, Return to Leviathan Castaway.
Season 1.5, baby.
Season 1.5. This is our interim.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna fucking end off.
Thank you everybody so much for watching. If you like this video, don't forget to smash that like button in the face.
Oh yeah, if you're watching on the VODs, you know, Bean Stream VODs. If you're
Smash
watching
it
this
in the
live,
face.
Thank you all for watching and seeing my ugly face. You guys have a great night.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you all for joining in.
Click that bell.
Yeah, if you haven't hit the follow button, I'm back to streaming. So hey, regularly scheduled programming back at it.
If you want to see more of the Box of Doom, sponsor us so I can get another camera.
Yeah. Donate to my buy me a coffee or no, I'm kidding, no.
Donate to buy him a coffee.
Donate to buy me a coffee.
Donate to buy me a coffee.
No. Alright. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Alright, goodbye.
Bye, guys. Bye.